From racing conditions to family traditions, every bolt, every ride, every story. It all starts with the right parts, because the best rides aren't just won, they're shared. Partzilla, the best for parts.
Hello, John Talley here with Partzilla.com. Today we're going to look at the valve adjustment on our 2007 Honda Goldwing. Now it's really not that tough to do, but it can be a little bit tricky if we see that it's out of adjustment, because we will have to pull those camshafts. But don't be afraid, I'm going to be with you every step of the way. So if you're ready, I'll open up my toolbox and we'll dive into this project. So let's go. Tell you what, we're going to start. Tell you, don't jump off on me now. Tell you what, we're going to start off on the left bank because it's a little bit easier to get to that tensioner on the side. All right, let's go ahead and get that inspection cover off. It's right up in here. And what we're going to be looking for is there's going to be 3 different marks, and each one of those marks are 120 degrees away from the other. And when we pull off the cover, we'll be able to look at the top of the cams, and we're going to bring them around to where they're sitting straight up, and that mark right there, the closest one to it, will bring it at top dead center for that particular cylinder. So let's go ahead and get these covers off, and then we'll bring it around where we can take that first measurement. All right, halfway there. We're going to lose a little bit of oil here, especially depending on how long ago you shut off the engine. But for me, it's been a couple of days. I'm still feeling good. So I think we can reuse that outer gasket. Okay guys, if you're going through this procedure and everything's checking out, then great. You can just button it back up and head on down the road. But I'm going to approach this one as if it is out of spec, and I will go through the procedure to go ahead and swap out a shim should it be out of whack. So I'm going to more or less pretend that, okay, one of my valves was too tight, and then I'm going to show you how to select the correct shim size and get it back in there. So to do that, we're going to need to go ahead and remove that lower fairing. So let me get it out of the way and we'll continue. I might get around there. And out you come. There we go. That opens up everything. All right, guys, we're getting ready to measure the valve clearance. And I know in the manual, it tells you to relieve the tension on the tensioner on the cam chain, because evidently that'll skew the measurements. I'm not real sold on that completely. I mean, just how accurate is your feeler gauges to be able to detect a little bit of deflection caused by the chain tensioner. We'll go ahead and do our measurements now with the chain tensioner in, go back, do it again with the chain tensioner removed, and see where we end up as far as being able to measure the difference in between those two. Now your chain tensioner is pretty easy to access over on the left side of the machine. It's right here. But on the right side of the machine, it is on the opposite side, of course, but it's on the top of the cylinder head. And it is extremely difficult to get to, especially with a unit with ABS, which this one has. So let's bring the engine around till we get our lobes facing up on cylinder, I believe it's number 2. Take our measurements, then we'll go to 4 and then down to 6. Let's see if we can see our line. And you can see our line right there. So we were on it. Now what we're looking for on the exhaust is 0.22 millimeters plus or minus 0.03. And for the intake, we're looking at 0.15 plus or minus 0.03. So let's see what we've got for the exhaust side first. Looking for 0.22, let's pop in 0.203, see where we are. Yeah, that goes in pretty easy. Let's see if 229 will go. I'm betting not. No. So we're going to go with 0.203. Now our intake, we're looking for 0.15. So let's go to 152 and see what we get. It would probably go, but that's pretty tight. It's got a fair amount of grab on it. Let's drop down one, 0.127. Oh yeah, straight in. So now let's bring it another 120 degrees and get to cylinder number 4. Now what I'm looking at is, to get an idea, is that exhaust cam load that's coming up. It's getting to about right here, and that's where I'm looking at for each cylinder, just to know I'm getting close to where that top dead center mark's going to be up front. So exhaust, let's go back to 0.229, see if that goes in. If not, then we'll drop it down one. Nope, that one sticks, but I can tell you that 203 is going to go in there. Yep. All right, let's go back to 152. Little tight. 127. Good to go. Rotate it a little bit more. We'll look at number 6. Exhaust 0.229. Sticks a little bit. 203. Go ahead and tell you, she's going to go in. Yep. Now, our intake, 152. Nope. 127. Yes. Really consistent on these. So we've got an even measurement all the way across the board. And what we're going to do next is take this special tool, wind it into the tensioner, release tension, and then go back and measure it again. Now, you really can't see what I'm doing in there with this tool. So what I did is I ordered another chain tensioner, and so I can show you out on the table how this little tool works. When they ship out a new chain tensioner, it has a holder at the top of it where there's a bolt and a washer that covers up the space, and it keeps it retracted into the tensioner itself. So what we're going to do is we're going to remove that little shipping tool, let it extend out, and then wind it back in. All right, see, we're out. And the real trick with this one, once it extends out, you can't push it back. It has to be wound back into position. So let's pop in the tool, start turning it in. All right. Then let the tool go down into a couple of different indentions at the top, and it holds the tensioner back in its recoil position. Now, that can be done on this side fairly easy, but on the other side, that is a different story because it is tucked way up in there. The tool that you have to use is this. You have to wiggle this up on top of it with this wound around, remove this extension arm, and then pull this string which turns the tensioner. Now, who in the world came up with this? Because especially on an ABS unit, you can hardly get this up in there. I'm sorry, but I have the highest respect for Honda, but this is the biggest Rube Goldberg thing I've ever seen. So you can see why I'm just going to show you how to do it on this side and not on the right side of the engine. So let's go back, release the tensioner, take those measurements again, and see where we end up. A little bit of oil's going to dribble out, but don't let it alarm you. Now, let's get our tool in there. Trick is not to push it in too far and catch the edges. All right, now we're all the way at the end. Push it in and up. All right, guys, we've got the tension taken off. I can actually move the chain with my finger. Now let's go ahead and just jump back to number 6 and see if those measurements have changed any. So we were at 127 on the intake side. Of course, still goes in there. Let's see if by some chance 152 goes in. No. All right, on the exhaust, we were at 0.203. Let's see if 0.229 will go. Just barely, and I mean just barely. So did it increase the clearance a tick? Yeah, it did, but not by much. All right, let's carefully bring it around because we don't want it to jump time. Back to number 2 and see where they ended up. Exhaust, 203, yep, 0.229, just barely. So it is measuring a little bit different. I'll give them that. But it seems like it's just on the exhaust side. Let's go back to our intake where we measured 127 before. I would expect it's going to pop right in there. Yep. Let's see if we can go one larger at 152. Yes. All right, let's go ahead and hit number 4. All right, let's go for our exhaust. We pretty much can guess where this is going. 0.203, not going to be a problem. Question is 0.229 going to go as well? I don't know on this one. Oh, yep, just barely. Now, back to our intake. We know 127 is going to go loose, and 152, see if she goes. It's a little tight, but yes. So it followed suit all the way across. So we actually thought these were a little tight, but guess what? They were actually dead on once you remove that tension on that chain. So what do we really learn from this? If you're just doing your initial testing to see whether or not you need to go the full distance and adjust the valves, I think you can leave the tensioner in to where you're going to get a ballpark. Now it's going to be a little on the tight side until you remove that tension. Now the real trick is if you go in and measure and it's obvious that the shims need to be adjusted, well then you have no choice but to remove tension because we have to remove the camshafts. Now I'm going to go ahead and show you how to do that on this side, replace the shim even though we don't need to, and then put it back together. But that's going to be really tricky on the other side. So let's go ahead and let me show you how to remove the actual cam cap, if you will, that's holding it in place. Get to those buckets and I'll show you what the shims look like, how to adjust them if you need to, and then put it back together. So let's bring cylinder number 2 around to top dead center. Then we can loosen up our cam cap bolts and get to those lifters. I was doing it clockwise earlier, but that was with the tensioner in. So this is with it out. Now we can remove our camshaft holder bolts, and we want to do these in a kind of a crisscross pattern as it releases tension. Only one we're going to have tension on, I believe, is cylinder number 4. So we just want to release it evenly as to not bind anything. Let's give it a little bit of persuasion. Now we can go and bring her out. Now I do want to take note as to what tooth you were on that chain. So let's clean that up a little bit and mark it. Make it easier to find our way back on there. All right, now to get to these elusive shims, we'll just look at the exhaust for number 2. I'm just grabbing it with a magnet. There she is. Now sometimes it will stay on top of the valve, other times it stays with the bucket right in here. And yours will probably be different, but she had a 205 up front. All right, guys, now granted, this particular machine, I didn't have to adjust any shims. But what about that equation I told you about? What if it was out of spec? So we're gonna say that the intake on number 2 measured out at 0.102 millimeters, which is a little too tight. So what do you need to do about that? Well, if you remember correctly, that particular shim was a 205 or a 2.05. So using the equation A equals B minus C plus D, you plug in B as 102 because that was what we measured. What are we after? Well, we want it to be 0.15. So you do what you measured minus 0.15. Now you'll notice that yields a negative number, but you add that to, or subtract that from, actually 2.05. So what do you end up with? You need a shim thickness of 200. So that's what we would have put in that particular location had we had that measurement of 1.02. Now all you're really doing here, guys, is just taking your valve clearance difference, whether that's needs to be a net plus or a net minus, and then just adding back in whichever shim's actually still in the machine. That's going to tell you what shim needs to go new into the machine. So let's say you've gone through and you've adjusted all of your shims, and now you just need to put it back together. And that's what we're going to do. So we take our shim, go ahead and put it on the top of your valve. Get your bucket back in. Now I do recommend that you keep the buckets lined up where they came out. So make sure they go back to their home, because that's where they've been for a lot of miles. They're happy there, so leave them there. Now the fun part, getting our camshaft snuck back in there and then set to the right tooth. Now remember, we did mark our chain and our sprocket, so hopefully it's a little bit easier to get it back in the mark. But once we've done that, then we'll of course verify it with the timing marks on the front of the cam gear itself. Once we get the cam holder back in place, then we'll check our marks. But I can go ahead and tell you that those marks are even, and those marks that we made with the permanent marker are correct as well. So let's get our holder, see if we can get her back in place. The real trick is here, make sure you don't bind up anything as we're pushing it back down, as you are going against the springs on cylinder number 2. Let's see if we can start bringing those in to get it to seat in. As you're doing that, just make sure you walk back in and it's not binding anywhere. Looks like she's seated back in. All right, they're all bottomed out. Let's get them torqued down to 12 Newton meters or 9 foot-pounds. And you do have a certain order, but the good part is it's printed right on the casing. But it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, at this point, rotate the engine over a couple of times. Go back and repeat your valve measurement clearance again, just to make sure that you ended up where you needed to be. Now at that point, we can go in and remove our special tool, which is going to put tension back on the chain. You can feel it. Yep. Now we get in our cover bolt along with that washer, and this has 9 foot-pounds or 12 Newton meters on it as well. And next we want to go in here, clean this old sealant off, and then reseal this area. Now if your gasket is looking a little rough, now would be the time you need to go ahead and replace it. But mine still feels good. Let's just get this cleaned up, get that old sealant out of there, put a new bead down. Now I'm using 3-bond, but you can use Honda Bond, basically this gray semi-permanent sealant. And you're only wanting to head around this half moon, especially where that just about that 90-degree area is, just right in here. And just needs to be a light coat. Don't need to fill the engine with it. Make sure we're good to go here. All right. And in you go. I would suggest getting all of these started, but don't tighten them down just yet. We'll bottom these out, then get them torqued. Not a lot of torque here, just 10 Newton meters. Get our spark plug wires in place. All right, then our lower cover. And we'll go ahead and put that same 10 Newton meters on these as well. All right, guys, that's pretty much going to wrap this up. All I need to do now is just reinstall that lower fairing, and then I'm good to go. Well, listen, that's pretty much the procedure. And just hopefully you don't have an ABS bike like this one, where you potentially have to fight all of that plumbing on the other side. Well, listen, if you need these tools or parts or anything else for your machine, why don't you come see us at Partzilla.com and we can get you taken care of. You have any questions or comments about this video, leave them in the section below and I'll do my best to answer them. And hey, if you like what you see, why don't you go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with that notification bell. That way you can keep up with whatever I'm working on next. We just want to say thank you for shopping here with us at Partzilla, and we will see you in the next video. Y'all have a great day.
From racing conditions to family traditions, every bolt, every ride, every story. It all starts with the right parts, because the best rides aren't just won, they're shared. Partzilla, the best for parts.
We're doing a giveaway with the Tri-Z 250. It's super easy to enter to win. All you gotta do is get one of these fresh Michael Sabo hats. To order one of these special edition hats, just head over to michaelsabo.com. The winner will have the choice to take the Tri-Z, or they can opt for a $5,000 cash prize. The sweepstakes has already begun, and it will be over on December 31st, 2025. So I'll see you guys over on my website, michaelsabo.com, and good luck winning this Tri-Z. Last week, I had the opportunity to visit the Partzilla headquarters located in Albany, Georgia. And one of the coolest things that I noticed when I was there was the studio and some of the machines that were in there, including a super iconic two-stroke made by Honda. We're gonna check that out in a second, but I just got here, so I gotta settle in. And the first thing I need to do is unload a couple of DT175 dirt bikes that I bought for projects that are gonna be done in the Partzilla studio. We need to make room for a couple Banshees and three-wheelers that we're gonna be taking home with us. We're gonna take a look at those at the end of this video, but right now I'm excited to meet up with John Tolley. For those of you that don't know, John Tolley is the go-to guy at Partzilla when it comes to asking technical questions about engines. You can find him all over YouTube in detailed videos where he shows how to get things done, including one of his most famous videos where he shows you step by step exactly how to build a Raptor 700 engine. It's pretty awesome to get to hang out with John, and apparently he's got some pretty cool projects in the studio which we're going to check out.
He's already out front and getting content. Mr. Sabo.
I wanted to get a picture of the sign. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How's it going? What'd you bring me in here?
So I got the, it actually runs and rides and it's tight.
Okay.
Came with a parts bike, a whole bin of parts. I think for a first project bike, it's actually pretty good.
It's a two-stroke. It shouldn't be that tough.
And it runs.
Gotcha.
But look, it came with a box of extra parts. It came with a climber's service manual. I think for him, like...
What else does a growing boy need?
Exactly. Some Campbell's soup. Although apparently that's 3D printed food. And then I got the...
Don't tell me that.
Did you hear about that?
No.
And then I got the X3 engine in here if we want to do something with that. And
cool.
Yeah, so pretty basic. And we'll see. I think I can fit at least 3 machines in here.
Okay, I was curious. We're going to be able to get all 4?
I think we can put the 2 three-wheelers up here. That's right, guys. We're going to be picking up 4 machines today. But we're going to do that at the end after we check out the studio. It's very corporate.
It is very corporate. It makes us feel special.
Well, this is the fun part. You think you're just walking down the hall and you're about to just walk out of the building, but there's something different on the other side of that door.
Oh, this is cool, man. I see you got a YFZ in here.
Yeah, that would be Brantley's.
Oh, and here's the TRX.
Yep.
And the Pilot, man. This is a nice studio, John. How big is this room?
What are we, 26 by like 60 or something like that?
It's closer to, yeah, it's 80.
80?
It's actually as big, if not bigger, than what I imagined. A lot of times when you go to places, it looks smaller.
Right.
I don't know why that is.
Yeah.
But this actually is pretty spacious.
Yeah.
I'm fortunate to have it.
you
The
sure?
ultimate plan is to have a very large roll-up door on that end to where I can get boats and cars in here.
This is so cool.
When I told Mike what I was doing on this, he says, why? I said, because I can. He says, well, that engine's a kind of a turd. And I said, well, it won't be when I'm done with it.
Does it run the way that it sits?
Yep.
Oh, man. Yeah, the purists are going to...
Oh, they're going to crucify me, especially if I cut the frame to get it in there.
You couldn't have done it to like an Odyssey or something? You had to do a Pilot?
Yeah.
I love it.
Well, I'm going to piss all of these people off and those.
When I was a kid, I loved go-karts. I also loved quads and dirt bikes. But one thing I never had was a Honda Pilot. These things are freaking awesome, man. So we're actually here in the Partzilla studio, and I walked in here, I met John, and this is the first thing that I was drawn to.
Well, it's kind of an attention getter. It can't help it.
Yeah, I mean, most of you guys probably know what this is, and if you don't, I mean, I've never got to ride one of these things, but they had this, and then they had the Odyssey, right?
Odyssey came first, I believe.
Right, so the Odyssey was a 350 version. So this is a 400cc two-stroke go-kart.
Basically.
Literally, made by Honda.
Ahead of its time.
I was like, dude, we gotta share this with the audience, man. This thing is freaking awesome. Have you got to ride this yet?
No, I have not. It's my understanding that it runs, but I have not started it myself.
Yeah, so John's got some plans for this thing. We're not gonna get into that just yet. I just kind of wanted to show this thing to you guys, but come on, have a look. All right, so straight out of the gate, when you look at this steering wheel, I mean, that's got to be one of the most iconic things that I've ever seen. Look at this. It's got the brakes on the front, like a trigger on both sides. I don't know if you guys can see the one in there. And then is this the throttle, John?
Yes.
It's like a thumb throttle. It looks totally 80s with all these, like the way the instrument cluster is and stuff. And I'm trying to figure out what these are.
Those are our arm restraints. You put your arms through there and then grab onto the controls. So if you, in the event of a rollover, it would keep your arms inside the machine so they wouldn't get pinched on the bar.
Wow, so this is like a factory thing, or?
Yes, I thought it was aftermarket as well, but no, that was from the factory.
Yeah, the first thing I thought was like putting your legs through here. I'm like, well, why the hell would you do that? But man, it just really cool. It's actually got like its own little, it's really like a cockpit. And I climbed in it, and it's not easy to get in and out of. There's a little gear shifter right there. Definitely made for somebody that's like 5'5" or less. Like the machine's pretty big.
The seat needs to go back, but you're right. When this thing first came out, we thought they were huge.
Yeah.
But you were comparing that to like an ATC 90 or something like that back in the 80s.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty big. It's definitely like a full-size go-kart.
By today's standards, you know, a standard four-wheeler is not much longer or wider than that.
No, it's very similar. I was looking at like the suspension and stuff. It's got old, I think these are work shocks. Yep.
Yeah, somebody upgraded those apparently before we got a hold of it.
I bet you that the stock ones are pogo sticks, even when they were new. I just can't imagine.
I would lay odds that you're correct.
That is that big ass cylinder. It's that 400cc two-stroke. You can see the pipe goes down, comes up here, wraps around. This thing will probably, here's the silencer back here. And then this is an auxiliary tank. John was telling me that, so here's the OEM tank right here. There's a fuel pump on this right there, and that gives me Tri-Z nightmares just looking at that thing. That's the first thing that it makes me think of. And I guess a lot of people bypass that and they do the gravity fed tank. And I was saying to John earlier, I wouldn't be surprised if this is like a kit, because where it sits, it's kind of, like if you didn't know, you might actually think that that's the way it came. And you don't lose out really on anything. Even, rear sight, you've got the side view mirrors there. So I don't know how much you could really turn your head around to look through this anyways. So, you know what year it is?
I believe it's an 86.
Do you know what years they even made these things? I just know that they're very rare. So I got to hop in this thing and show you guys
Do it.
how not easy it is to get into this thing. I'm not the most flexible person, but usually it's not this hard. Oh my gosh. Once you're in here, though, you're in here. And it feels really, really tight, but you feel really far forward, too. I was going to say it feels like a mid-engine sports car, but that's basically what it is.
Pretty much.
It's like, it feels like a C8 Corvette, but like the midget version. And I also noticed that my head is like almost coming out.
Well, I think you've got just a little bit of PTSD when it comes to
Oh, yeah. I gotta ask, John, can we try starting this thing?
Go for it. I'm not even sure it'll spin over.
Before I do this, is there gas in it?
I don't know.
We should probably check. Do you want to do the honors, man?
Heck no.
This is your beast. Let's see. Kill switch says run.
I smell fuel. It doesn't smell bad.
Really? That's surprising.
Yeah, give it a shot.
I'm gonna pull the choke out.
Hey, there is power.
Now it doesn't turn on. This might not have electric start. Oh, there's a start button right here.
Okay.
If this start button right here works. Well, it turns over really good. Is fuel petcock is on?
If there is one.
On the bottom, I think I saw one.
I'm going to say that's on.
Sounds pretty good. Oh, you know what? I don't know how long I can run this in here for.
A minute or so before we start convulsing.
Dude. Did I kill it?
It's a Honda. What do you expect?
I can't believe that, man. I wonder when the last time this thing ran. It smells good, too.
I don't think anybody started it in the last year. So that's crazy. I feel a little silly for pushing it all the way in here now.
That was, I mean, it started right up.
Yeah, no hesitation. Oh, is she
Something's
leaking?
leaking. It's leaking, yep.
Yeah.
Thought I heard something. What is it with me and the leaking carburetors?
Oh, yeah, she's just peeing everywhere. That's all right. You can leave it there. I'll just throw a rag under it.
I think you know what I'm going to ask, John.
What do you ask?
We got to ride this thing.
It wasn't peeing everywhere. We're going to run out of fuel quick.
Yeah. Do you think, was it, I wonder if it was doing that when it was running. You know, sometimes when the needle valve is on its way out, when it's running, the vibrations kind of keep it.
Right. We can start it again and see what it does.
Give it a shot. You start it, dude. This is John's toy. Is it off? Is she pouring? I don't see anything. Now it just started dripping. It's dripping, yeah. Yeah, I can see it dripping down there. It's probably float.
Yep.
Pretty damn good, though, for sitting for so long, especially a two-stroke. And it just fired up like that. I bet you warm this thing up, man, and
It'd be ready to rip.
Mm-hmm. It's just so cool. This is like the ultimate go-kart. You know, I remember looking at like 5, 6, 6.5 horsepower was like badass.
Oh yeah.
And if you got like an 8 horsepower, they were called Manco, Dingo, I think was the 10 horsepower one. And that was like the coolest shit ever. And this, I would guess this has like 40 plus horsepower.
Right at 35 to 40.
Okay.
Is what I read online anywhere.
Do you know what they weigh? I wonder what they weigh.
I think it's sub 600 though.
John's going to be doing a build on this. I don't know if you want to tell him. But let's do this. I want to take you guys over here. There's another machine in here, and then you guys might be able to connect the dots. So if you come over here, you guys might know what this is. Probably if I come back here, you'll definitely know what it is. With that IRS. It's a TRX 700XX. Another pretty rare thing, but not quite as rare as the Pilot. And I think I'll just let John do the speaking for me because, well, you just know more about it, John, so tell us what you're doing.
Well, my crazy plan on this is to transplant that engine and drivetrain into the Pilot. Now I know I'm probably going to get roasted for taking a machine like the Pilot and cramming this powertrain into it. But I think once I hop up this engine, it's going to certainly make it faster, and it's going to be cool.
And what made you want a 700XX?
One, I wanted to keep it in the Honda family. And two, I wanted the independent rear suspension, especially that rear section. That is going to be key to being able to go in that the other machine.
So you're actually thinking to take the whole rear assembly, not just the engine itself?
The whole thing. Am I going to be able to build all the tabs from scratch? We'll see. I may end up using that lower frame carrier because this actually bolted in and then transfer it over to the Pilot.
Oh, the carrier bolts in.
Mm-hmm. Down here. You can see where it attaches up at the frame up here. So this whole section that's holding that, let's call it the rear differential, I'd like to be able to transfer over to that one.
The only thing is it's long. I mean, you could probably shorten this up a little bit, make the chain drive a little shorter.
I'm going to have to. To fit inside, in between the seat and the back of that, I've got like 1 inch to spare, and that's it. And that's just measuring the rear differential and the engine front to back. They're going to have to be like that far apart.
Yeah, interesting pick.
I know.
I'm not knocking it. I'm just. And did you happen to measure the width of this thing?
They're very close. They really are. And the distance I have to work with the engine and the differential, it's within 1 inch of getting inside of the frame as it sits. So if I have to make all my own tabs, I can do that. But I'd rather transfer it over.
So actually, this was kind of thought out.
A little bit.
Like more thought out than what you portrayed before. Because John and I were talking about this before, and I was like, dude, why would you choose this platform? But it does kind of make sense. And are you going to keep the chain drive?
Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is such an interesting system here because the chain drive is centered up. It will basically center almost.
It's close.
In the back.
It's off axis, maybe 4 inches.
Yeah, there's like a separate like gearbox here.
That's a reduction gearbox
gear reduction
that they put on it.
You can see it's like this is where the normal sprocket would be behind this. And it's almost as if they just bolted this right to the engine. And then the sprocket's on the flip side.
Toward the
in
middle.
there. So like this in itself is a pretty interesting machine. How much horsepower do you think you're going to be able to crank out of this?
That's going to be debatable, I'm afraid to say. But with the big bore kit, I think we get north of 45 out of it.
I think that's definitely doable. I don't know what the stock is on these. I know they weren't known to be like power horses. I would guess that they made like between 30 and 35.
I think they made him between 35 and 40. So if I can get 45, 50 out of it, I'll be happy.
Yeah, and I know they make a lot of torque.
That's what I'm really after.
Yeah, so because the factory Pilot engine, like if that makes 40 horsepower, it probably makes like 20 or so foot-pounds of torque.
Not a lot.
Yeah.
It only wants to run at the upper RPM range.
Well, that's going to be cool, man. I wish I could stick around and help you with this. Where can people go if they want to watch this build?
As it unfolds, head over to our YouTube channel on Partzilla, and we'll start posting as we go, for better, for worse. Hopefully, I can pull all of this off.
Final question, dude. How long do you think it's going to take you to do it?
What do you think, Trace? That sounds like 6 months to me.
Yeah.
6 months is kind of like an understatement. I was thinking like a year.
It may take that long. Believe me, I'll have other projects I'm working on as well, but we'll try not to let this one languish too much.
Yeah, I think it's going to depend how seamlessly or not seamlessly that rear end goes on the other one. If you can do that pretty easily.
That's going to be critical. Once I break both machines down and really start moving part A over to part B, that's going to tell the story.
And I got to ask John, have you sat in that Pilot yet? Because
I haven't even squeezed my tail in there.
yeah, I can barely fit in that damn thing. I would love to see John in there.
The seat's going to have to go all the way down and all the way back, and it will not be that same seat. I'll put in probably a racing cart seat.
Okay.
Because, I'll go ahead and tell you, my plan is to run that in the SCCA Solo 2 experimental class. Yeah, that's what the plan is for that one. We're going to drop it all the way down, put a set of slicks on it, and go race it.
Hell yeah, man. I hope maybe I'll come back for that. That's going to be awesome.
It's going to be entertaining. It'll either perform fantastically or fail spectacularly.
Yeah. I think it'll be cool.
Either way, it's going to be fun.
Yeah. So I just wanted to share that with you guys. Both of these machines are things that you don't get to see too often. A lot of people have asked me to do one of these 700XXs, maybe something down the road. I could do one of these, but the Pilot would be awesome also. I just thought it would be so cool to share with you guys. And while we're here, I don't know if, John, you could take us around the Partzilla studio. If you guys, looked over our shoulder here the whole time, this place is pretty legit. I mean, this is a real studio. You can see all the camera equipment. We've even got a camera professional, Tracy. And just really cool stuff in here. If you look at this camera boom, it's pretty legit. And apparently this came from the Jerry Springer set. I don't know if that's true or not.
That's what I was told. I bought it online. Imagine that, eBay. Said, yeah, this was used on the Jerry Springer set. And I said, well, do I have to pay extra for that?
What'd you say is like your favorite area of the shop?
No, right here in the middle. They torture me over here having to do product. Talking about products and whatnot.
It's a nice little setup, though. It's nice when you have a whole area that you don't have to set everything up. You can it's all set up for you and ready to rock and roll.
That and the other side, we do our Partzilla Live on Fridays at 3.
If you guys have ever seen the Partzilla Lives, probably looks familiar.
And I'll spend about 20 or 30 minutes just answering questions that come in on the fly.
Yeah, which is pretty impressive. Some of the questions you get are about like really random stuff too. And I'm like,
some things I have to research. I can't give an answer just right off the top of my head.
Like really specific, like a 97
they
GSX.
asked me about a torque value on a 1973 whatever. No, I'm not going to know off the top of my head, but I know where to look.
If anybody would know, though, it would be John.
Probably.
John's like the all-knowing guru when it comes to this stuff. Definitely knows his way around a wrench.
I just know where to look.
It was pretty awesome coming out here to Partzilla. I got to see the distribution center, which is out of control. You guys are going to see that. What they've got going on behind the scenes here is, I've been in a lot of warehouses, and there's something special about this one. That's no word of a lie, guys. This is one of the most impressive warehouses that I've seen yet. What you're seeing on the screen is an automated system that they use that is like a giant vending machine of parts. I can't wait to show you guys this, and I did make videos taking a tour of the facility, but that's for another video. For now, we have some machines to pick up, so we're going to head to an auxiliary location where Partzilla stores a lot of their overflow. You guys got a good inventory at the pharmacy.
All right, let's see it. Right in door number 2.
It's hard to walk past this stuff. He's got a whole look at these things. Oh, it smells good in here. We might have to push these out. Yeah, we got to push them out of here. I can't even see. It's funny, this blue one is the one that I'm like drawn to though, because I can tell it needs work. And you know what's funny? My first Banshee that I ever did had red spray paint just like this all over it.
Contestant number 1.
Oh, I see we're missing some airbox boots. Yeah, this is perfect. A lot of spray paint. The wheel spacers. Oh my God. You never want to see wheel spacers, especially on the front. It actually doesn't look that bad, though. Yeah, look at this. Look at the intake. Oh, John's in there busy. The classic boost bottle. Those are nothing but trouble. I bet you these are original plastics, probably. I think these are the real carbs. There's always knockoff carburetors. Yep. I believe these are real. That's good. Some kind of aftermarket dome head. And the FMFs. It's just a clapped out Banshee. Well, this is good stuff.
Yep.
Lone Star is good. The Work shocks. These are like older
Works performance.
Older Works, but they're good shocks. I've never seen this bumper before. It's like an old Bling Star. Or it looks like an RPM.
It's like West Coast chopper.
Yeah. The engine looks pretty basic. It's hard to tell, though. You never know. It has OEM cylinders. Reed spacers, V-Force 4s. Some kind of aftermarket carbs, probably like 28s. The factory is 26. They put a little temperature gauge in there. I think right where I had mine run. Built suspension in the back. Did you see this swing arm?
I'm not feeling a lot of compression or rebound there.
This is a custom, this is welded. You see this?
No, I have not.
Yeah, this is a factory swing arm that somebody cut and welded. You can kind of see it's a little sloppy. They cut that swing arm right in half, it looks like, and they extended it. See this brace running all the way up here?
I see it.
Goes all the way up. I'm not sure I would trust that. Don't worry, China's got them. You can get them in +2, +4, +6, and +10, and +8. You can get pretty much anything from China. Still got the parking brake. That's pretty impressive. Usually those get removed right away. And these are the old school silencers for FMF. I actually really like these. That's the new style.
Gotcha.
But the same FMF fatties, I think, are on both of them. Oh, these are SSTs. They're a little bit different. The fatty's a down low pipe, and I think the SST was more of a mid-range pipe, but I'm not 100% sure. Whew.
Any other goodies?
I don't know. These are goodies if they're real. There's a lot of knockoffs. I'd have to take it off and look at them. It's hard to say. It's hard, who the hell knows what's going on inside? You know what I mean? It could have Chinese tin can pistons in there, or it could have, who the hell knows? But from the outside, it looks pretty much stock. Twist throttle.
Mm-hmm.
You know whoever had this was a madman. Do they run, do you know?
I don't think they've started in quite a while.
Oh my God, smell that.
That bad?
It smells like rubbing alcohol.
Yeah, well, my nose barely works, but even I can tell that's not good.
That smells like somebody put like hand sanitizer in it. Oh. That's why the gas was off.
How about when's the last time these ran, if ever?
Maybe like 3 or 4 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, that one right there, the transmission, you can only go up.
This one?
Because they cut the transmission like for straight ratio. Like if you try to get to 6, to get down, like you gotta stop completely.
Oh, it's a, what's that, an overdrive transmission? Yeah, they do that in Banshees. If you don't do that, if you don't shift it right, you can actually destroy them pretty easily.
Yeah, so, yep.
I'm glad you told me that. That tells me that there's probably something in the top end.
Okay.
This one here, it was used for parts.
Okay, that's really surprising to hear that the transmission has that. So now I'm actually pretty curious to see what's inside. Because that usually is for drag racing, and maybe it's got Wampus cylinders. Those are the ones that look like they're stock, but they're not. I don't know. I don't remember why they call them Wampus. Maybe that's why the gas smells so weird.
Racing.
It's got some kind of. Is that what it is, VP? Yeah. Do you know what kind?
I'm not sure what.
It smells weird. but it doesn't smell normal. It smells like it's got, I'm telling you, it smells like it's got
It's
alcohol.
probably 110.
Very interesting.
Thanks, sir.
It's got an alarm system. And it feels pretty tight.
That one
Sorta.
looks like a Survivor. I don't think it's been touched.
Look at this little thumb throttle.
Yeah, the carburetor is the only issue with that. You gotta find a carburetor.
This just looks like fun, man.
Yeah, I just don't want like ATC 110, 125.
Yeah. That's cool. Nice tires on it. Front tire looks almost brand new. This one too, look at that. Those are some square knobbies. Yeah, this is the one. I posted the pictures and they were like, man. Look, it's got a cage on the
noticed
reservoir. I guess they expect you rolling it. Oh my gosh, this clutch is so tight. Doesn't feel like it's got very much compression. John sold me a bill of goods. He said they were all in mint condition.
I said no such thing.
Yeah, these are going to be fun, man.
I can't wait to see what you do with all of them.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, even just these two, just get them running first. And
I'm figuring that's a perfect candidate for your
that one's perfect.
Banshee project. I wish that one was in a little bit better shape, but hey.
That's okay. You know what I mean?
I know a guy.
The whole thing, the worse they are, the better, because that's what I do is I fix them up. So
The question is, when are you coming back for this?
yeah, man, I'm never coming back for that. What even is this? Like a?
I think it started off as a general. It's a general.
Oh my gosh, it must weigh a ton. And can you imagine with those things on it?
We replaced the axle like maybe 5 times. It's right here. We replace that. Every time we use it, this breaks off. Yep.
I wonder if these are custom made.
It is custom made. Yep.
Yeah, it just looks.
Somebody was cussing while they were made. That's what happened.
That's like you're right. This looks like a show, something for a like a show.
That's it.
Especially like I can imagine with the jet ski on the back. Yeah, this is.
A
I've never
huge
seen-
waste of effort.
Wow.
Told you.
Lunch meats, bread, produce, beer, dairy. They don't really need this Kawasaki, I don't think. Like if this disappeared, would anybody really notice? I don't think so.
They would notice.
Well, guys, I picked up all 4 of these, and yes, I managed to fit them all in the trailer. These are going to be some awesome projects. I can't wait to tell you what my plans are for the Banshee build. You guys aren't going to see this one coming. I also can't wait to show you guys the Partzilla distribution center. That video will be coming soon. And don't forget, the Tri-Z giveaway is going on right now. All you have to do is get one of these Tri-Z hats and you will be automatically entered to win. The winner will get to choose from my fully restored Yamaha Tri-Z 250, or they can take home $5 grand cash. You can enter on my website, michaelsabo.com, or just click the link in the pinned comment below. It's been an awesome time hanging out here at Partzilla, but it's time to drive about 1,000 miles home and get these machines unloaded. I'll see you guys in the next video. If you enjoyed this one, please give it a thumbs up and also consider subscribing for more content like this. I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace out.
From racing conditions to family traditions, every bolt, every ride, every story. It all starts with the right parts. Because the best rides aren't just won, they're shared. Partzilla, the best for parts.
Hello, John Talley here with Partzilla.com. Today we're going to tackle rebuilding the carburetor off our 2005 Honda CRF 450R. Now we're using a combination of both OEM and aftermarket parts. So let's step over to the table. Let me show you what we're going to use and then we'll dive into this. All right, guys, what I've decided to go with is the main rebuild kit I'm getting from Moose. Now, to that, I may go into the midsection, and it's also another kit by Moose where we can go in and replace these different gaskets and O-rings if I determine that we need to dive in that far. Now, to that, I'm adding in some OEM parts because, let's face it, she is 16 years old, so chances are we're going to need to go through and replace the accelerator pump pieces, float bowl, slide, the adjusters, the hot start, and even the choke. I mean, it's pretty well worn. I mean, every other piece that we worked on in this machine, it had to be completely reworked, and I don't imagine it's going to be any different once I open up the carburetor. Now, I've got all my parts assembled. Let me go open up my toolbox and we'll pull it apart and see what's going on inside. So let's go. All right, guys, let's start by taking off our float bowl. Now take note where each one of these brackets are because we want to get those in the same position when we go to reinstall it. Also, the screws, the Phillips head screws that we're working with, it makes sure that you've got a JIS type screwdriver. Otherwise, you're probably going to strip them. Now, if yours are corroded and they don't want to release, you may want to use a JIS tip with an impact. But these, so far, seem to be coming out just fine. Now, I looked at this carb several months ago and just did a basic clean on it. We basically just pulled it apart, blew out the jets, and it looked in decent shape. This video, we're going to dive much deeper into it. And that's a 6mm, by the way. Let's get our main out. Now, as you're doing this, you may want to go to Partzilla.com and bring up your particular year, make, and model, and that's going to give you a great exploded diagram of how everything comes apart, and more importantly, how it's supposed to go back together. All right, next we're going to take out our idle air jet, but we want to tighten it all the way down loosely, see how many turns it took, and then we'll bring it back out to the same setting when we reinstall it. There's 1.5. I was expecting closer to 2. So what you're going to see on the other side of this is a spring, a washer, and then an O-ring. Trust me, well, it should be in there. There's our spring. There's our O-ring. Now, did you just catch that? It's the wrong order. Well, I guess they could have tumbled around each other, but there it is. Now, there is enough room down to where I guess they could have traded positions, but All right, next, let's get out our low and what I would consider a mid-jet. So far, so good. All right, we are replacing the throttle stop, so let's go ahead and get it out of the way. Be very careful when you're working with these. What you want to do is just squeeze a couple of areas and just break it loose, and then go ahead and push it off. Now, do you have to remove these to do a clean? No, but I'm replacing these two. And this carb is basically going to be new by the time I'm finished with it. Ooh. Well, that was worth doing. It looks like a bunch of bugs died in it. Oh, that is crazy. Makes me wonder what else we're going to find inside of this thing. Like we're doing an archaeological dig. Let's see if we can get our accelerator pump rod to release. That's all of our jets out. Let's go after our jet needle as well as the slide itself. These are 3mm hex. Our gaskets are looking really, really flat. So she needs everything we're doing. There's no doubt in my mind about that. Now, let's get our main out. I believe that's a 4mm, the cap, that is. Now, we should be able to get our main out. Yeah, this one has a lot of miles on it, no doubt. I can feel the ridges. Now, there is one ridge there. That's part of the manufacturing process. But right here, there's like a little dip where it's just worn itself against that slide. And you know, if the metal is worn, that plastic slide's going to be even worse. Now to get our slide out, you remove this Phillips. And what that will allow you to do is rotate up the holder to where it'll release the slide, and it just basically rolls out. Now there is a little bit of tension because of the spring. You have to release that. Now, up and out. Lots of wear on all of this. Believe it or not, when you order one of these, this is how it comes, and you order this one wheel separately. So if you're going to replace this, make sure you do that. Otherwise, you're going to say, well, I guess Honda forgot that fourth wheel. No, they didn't. It's just ordered separately. One more hose. Now let's get out our choke. 14 millimeter, but keep in mind it's plastic, so be gentle with it if you're going to reuse yours. I am going to replace it. Guys, for the most part, I'd say 80% of this would be reusable. I'm going this far into it. The kits are not that expensive, so I'm going to go ahead and replace all of it. When Honda built this, they pretty much made it to where you have to dig out some type of sealer so we can actually get our 2.5 millimeter hex in there. If I knew the history of this bike and knew that this had not been submerged in carb cleaner, I probably wouldn't open this up. But I don't know. So we are going to go ahead and open it up. And it may be for nothing, but if you did dump this inside of a really caustic type carb cleaning solution, chances are you're going to damage those O-rings on the inside. So that is why I'm doing it. And when you're cleaning this out, make sure that you've got enough of it out to where your hex can go all the way in. Otherwise, it's going to strip. You've got the 4 on the outside, and you've got 2 more on the inside. And actually, they're 2 millimeters on the inside. Now, be careful when you're doing this. There we go. Let's see what we've got inside here, guys. A bunch of flat pancakes. Yeah, this was worth doing. Look at this. Tell me that wasn't about to let go. And this mess that's in there. There's no other way to get to this. Everything I'm extracting is rather crunchy. There we go. Oof. Now the fun part, cleaning off all this and getting the residual adhesive off. Time consuming, but has to be done. So I doubt this had ever been dunked. See what solvent does to the stuff. But there was no way to know that without opening it up. All right. Inlet tube. There may be a screen on the inside of it. I have seen it before. Ooh, those O-rings don't want to let it go. The good part is I have another one of these. There we go. Now, that wasn't going to leak later. Once again, sometimes diving to the bottom is the best move. Try to only use carb cleaner with a Q-tip. Resist the temptation to put anything with metal on the end of it. Even a small brush. That would probably scar the walls and then make a mess out of it. All we're doing now, guys, is just blowing out all of the different passageways with some carb cleaner. Not a lot to talk about right here, just a lot of cleaning. This is a access point where you can get to the jets, or the main jet at least, without taking the carb off. You just kick it up sideways, remove this, and then you can get to your main jet so you can make changes at the track quickly. All right, and last but not least, let's take off our accelerator pump. What you would want to be looking for is to see if these are completely flattened out, which they are, or if there's any tears in the diaphragm itself. But this one is a little too stiff, so I'd say it was time to swap it out. A little bit of corrosion on the inside, nothing terrible. When you go to replace this one, I believe it's the side that's facing toward the cover is flat, and what's going toward the base of the carb has kind of a rounded edge. So be aware of that when you go to replace it. Now if you're reusing your cover, you can just blow it out through here, but the OEM kit has the cover as well, so I don't need to worry about that. All right guys, some assembly required, no problem. That guy goes here, new diaphragm with the edge going in. I would imagine the last time this bike actually ran that it had a stumble, some hesitation to say the least. All right, when you're installing this, make sure that that O-ring doesn't fall out as you're bringing it down. The way I usually do this is I replace each part. I keep everybody separate. And then hopefully, by the time I'm done, this whole area will be empty. Because if it's not, that means I missed something. All right, let's start working with our midsection. Here's where you need to make sure you've got everything really clean and really dry. And what we're going to use is some O-ring adhesive, and we're not going to slather it all over the place, but that's basically what you were looking at on the O-rings that were in there. Because the chances of you getting it to stay in this little track over to there, you can try it if you want to. I just don't see it happening. So what I will do is use some adhesive just around the bottom of the tracks, lay it in there, let it set for a minute or two, then we can install it, and we'll be sure that it's going to actually stay in the grooves, because let's face it, if it goes over the edge, this isn't going to work right. If you put too much, you could end up stopping up the passages that we're trying to seal. Time consuming and tedious, but absolutely necessary. Make sure you've got your orientation correct. There you go. So we'll let that set for a minute or two, and then she'll be ready to go on. All right, next up, let's hit some of our critical points for our next O-ring / gasket so it holds it in place. Using a Q-tip seems to be a good technique for getting in these small channels. And you press it down in and then just lift straight off. Now let's layer in place. Lightly seat it until you're sure you've got it in the right location, and then press it in. Otherwise, you'll have a hard time trying to get it to release, because it's critical you keep it down inside the channels. Good to go. Part of me understands why Honda probably doesn't want you to pull this apart, but in our case, it had to be done. It is so critical that when you clean this old adhesive out of here, that you get all of it out, because all of this would do a fantastic job of stopping up your jets. So don't miss anything. All right, let's go. All right, we're gonna go back with a little bit of blue Loctite on all of these screws. And the kit does come with new ones, which makes it nice. Making progress, guys, making progress. Those inner bolts actually hold on that ring right there. By having it in the bore, that made sure it was aligned correctly. All four of those are still in the right place. Let's go. We'll get all four of them started and just set, and then do the final tightening once they're all in place, just to make sure she's centered. We go to do the final tightening. We'll go around a couple of times because it's pulling into those new O-rings. So what may seem like it's tight the first time around, when you come back around to it, it may need a little bit more to be even with the others. All right. Next, let's get our 3 O-rings on our new gas line input. Here's the tough one. Once we get over the first 2, then it'll be easy to get it into that last groove. Plus, we're going to put a little bit of grease on these O-rings. Otherwise, it would be pretty tough to get this to drop in there. I think we're good to go. Oh, there is one other thing we need to do, otherwise I'll forget. You've got a retaining bolt that goes here to where you can't pull it back out by accident. Okay, let's get our new slide assembled. With the OEM part number, you get the associated seal that goes right here with this plate. And it goes into the groove like that. It's something you need to note right here. Don't be tempted to go this direction with it. It actually goes like that. I've yet to figure out why in the world there's the detachable 4th wheel. But that's the way it goes. And let's bring over our arm. Down she goes. Now let's go ahead and set our main needle at the same spot. We're going to put it in the same position as the jet that came out, and that's going to be 3 up from the tip. All right, down you go. Now at this point, we need to be careful when we're working with the rest of the carb not to pinch this or bend it. And let's get our holder back in. Back to our adhesive. I know working with this adhesive is kind of a pain, but if you're working on the bike in a live setting at the track, knowing that that O-ring is going to stay in place makes me feel better. Because this stuff does not let go easily. Now, good to go. Now let's get this closed up. Same screws as we took out. Don't forget the wire holder for your throttle position sensor. So far, so good. All right, let's get our slow jet in first. Then our starter. Now, bring in our baffle, our main jet tube, and then our main. All right, so this was our slow, our main, and our starter. And our pilot's going to end up going right here. Now with the kit, our pilot jet or screw looks a little bit different. This versus this. But you'll see that it's actually the same. It just has an extension on it where you can turn it with your hand. A little bit easier to use. So we got spring, washer, and then O-ring. And here's where you're going to let gravity be your friend. We're going to install it like this. Make sure we're good. Yep. All right. Lightly bottom it. And then we're going to bring it out 1 3/4. How about we start like that? There we go. All right. Bring our float needle and then hang it on that little tang. Now just tilt the carb towards you a little bit so it stays on there. And drop her in. And get our pin in place. There you go. One more thing. Let's go ahead and get in our accelerator pump arm. It actually gets pushed right into there. Just bring that in and then it'll just snap in. There we go. That's what we want. All right, now let's get on our float pole. We're going to go ahead and glue it in. So goofy of me. I don't know why I thought the pole would go on. So let's take our pilot back out. Hopefully everybody will come back out. Yep, I heard everything. That's the one disadvantage going with this system. You have to take this out if you're going to take off your float bowl. With the Moose kit, they sent you new screws, so I guess we can use them. Now, does everybody remember what went where as far as the line holders? They were over on the pump side, and the other one right here. So that's what she should look like as far as your guides for your hoses. And now we can get our pilot screw installed. Now that the float bowl's on, we'll bottom it out, then bring it out 1 3/4. So there's 1 3/4. Next, let's go for our throttle stop, spring washer. Start bringing it in. We'll engage it. Crack it just a little bit. All right, now swing that around. I think we're down to just the choke. This is plastic, so don't over tighten it. Just seat it. You don't need to get the new clips, although you can order them separately, but I'm just going to take the old ones off and they'll work fine. Easy to pull out, hard to get them back in there. All right, guys, if you're looking at the carb like this, you've got the two, they're not really tied together, they're just attached at this point. That's mainly just to hold it. But basically one comes over, crosses over and goes down, and then its counterpart does the same thing down the other side. And that leaves you two more, which are here and here, and they just drop straight down through the holders next to it. And then of course you've got the overflow that's coming off your float bowl. But that's all there is to it. All right, guys, look at there. Everything is gone except for just the cover and the retaining bolt. So that means it is time to get it mounted on the machine. But that is going to be in a separate video. Well, listen, guys, if you need any parts for your machine, why don't you come see us at Partzilla.com and we can get you taken care of. If you have any questions or comments, leave them in the section below and I'll do my best to answer them. And hey, if you like what you see, why don't you go ahead and hit that subscribe button. That way you can keep up with whatever I'm working on next. We just want to say thank you for shopping here with us at Partzilla, and we will see you in the next video. Y'all have a great day.
From racing conditions to family traditions, every bolt, every ride, every story. It all starts with the right parts, because the best rides aren't just won, they're shared. Partzilla, the best for parts.
Hello, John Talley here with Partzilla.com. Today we're going to spend a little bit of time looking at the NOCO Genius 10 battery charger and maintainer. Now we've got 3 batteries in front of me. One's in good shape, one's in fair shape, and the other one's in serious trouble. And we're going to investigate how to use this charger and see if it can bring all 3 of them up to spec. So if you're ready, we'll dive into this project. Just to give you a quick overview of this particular charger, it is capable of delivering up to 10 amps of charging power. Now it can do this for a regular lead acid battery, an AGM, and even a lithium in the 12 volt range. Now in the 6 volt range, it can do an AGM or a regular flooded. Now it can also act as a 12 volt power supply, then it has a 12 volt repair circuit that it can enter, and then beyond that it's got a rescue mode to where they say it's capable of bringing a battery back with as little as just 1 volt, and we have one in that serious need. So let's fire it up, test each one of these batteries and then see what it can do. Now our battery in the middle, we know it's good to go. It's been serviced recently and just finished charging. I believe it was 2 days ago. But let's go ahead and take a look at it with both our voltmeter as well as a tester. Now she's reading 12.76 volts. That's what you want to see, at least looking at it with a voltmeter. Now let's take a peek at the one next to it. Now the story on this one, it has been just sitting on a shelf. It's been charged roughly a year ago, and it's just been sitting in a controlled environment. Now I know the voltage on it is a little bit low. But not drastically low. So it's sitting at 11.89 volts. For this one, I think we can just put it into repair mode, or maybe even just charge mode, and we'll see if it can bring it up. The story behind this battery. This was put in service about a year ago as well. It was actually installed in a unit, and then that unit was parked back on the back lot for about a year. And, well, we will see. It wouldn't even light up the dash. It was actually in a gold wing, if I remember correctly. Let's see where you're sitting at. All right. 1.244 volts. So we've got our voltages. Let's go with our digital tester from Firepower and really take a look inside to see what we have. We'll start off with our new one. And we want to change that to AGM flat plate. We're going to measure cold cranking amps, 240. Let's see what we've got. All right, state of health, 100%. State of charge, 98. 12.65 volts. It's saying it can kick out 455 cold cranking amps. Okay, and rated at 240, so she's overly healthy. Now, let's take a look at our shelf battery and see what it's got left. .82 volts, about the same as our meter. She's out of the vehicle before the charge, and we want to go to an AGM flat plate, 240 cold cranking amps. All right, state of health, 100%. State of charge, 0. 11.79 volts, 185 amps, cold cranking amps available, rated at 240. So she's saying it's good, go ahead and recharge it. All right, last but not least, let's take a look at our really dead battery. And I can pretty much go ahead and guarantee you that this one doesn't have enough voltage to even start the analyzer. And no, nothing there. We saw that earlier with our voltmeter. It was a little over just 1 volt, and that's not even enough to power this tester. So that one's going to be the real challenge sitting on the table. So let's move these two to the side for a moment. Bring in our shelf battery, and what we're going to do is hook up our meter so we can watch and see what the charger is doing when it's going through its charging process. Now the decision we have to make, do we put this in repair mode or do we put it in just regular charging mode? But I think she's been sitting there long enough, especially when it said its state of charge was 0. We're going to bring it over into repair mode, which is over here. We bring it across to the lithium, hold it for 3 seconds, then it'll light up the 6 volt, and we continue to scroll through the chain till we get over to repair. So 12 AGM, lithium, hold, 6 volt AGM, supply, and then repair. Let's see what she does. There, going into a pretty strong charge mode. All right, this is going to be a little while, so we're going to let this thing go through its motions and see where we end up, and then come back and test it. So we'll be back in a few minutes. Well, probably a good while. So, good morning. Where did we leave off? Well, it basically charged throughout the night. Now, when it stopped, I'm not really sure, but this is what I walked into. It's in standby mode. Of course, my meter is off because it timed out. Let's see what voltage we're at, and then we're going to use our tester to see where we ended up. .8, that's looking promising. But that doesn't tell us the whole story. Let's see what the digital tester tells us. I'm really impressed with this unit so far. All right, out of vehicle, after charge, AGM, CCA, 240. Let's see what you got. Wow. I'm impressed. State of health, 100%. State of charge, 98. That's almost identical to what this new battery was doing. So, yes, it revived a battery that had been sitting on a shelf for a year. But now, let's really put it to the test with one with just barely a volt in it to see if it can do it. Now we're going to put it into what they call force mode, and I believe that goes through a cycle for 5 minutes. And after that, we'll try that rescue mode and see what it can do with it, or repair mode, I think that's what they call it. But so far so good. Alright, now we already know that this won't even read on a battery that is that dead. So we have to just use our voltmeter to re-verify where we are when we start this process. I think it was like 1.02 volts or something like that, in that neighborhood. .243. Bad. So let's bring in our charge cables, get it into force mode, and then see what she can do. We should hold this for about 5 to 7 seconds, and then all of the available modes will flash. Now if that doesn't happen, that means it actually can see the battery, and I can disconnect one of these and show you how to get it in there. But let's see if she'll go. Okay, so it sees it. So let's assume that it's under a volt, so that it doesn't see the battery at all. So to get it into force mode, which will let it go ahead and charge even though it can't sense the battery. All right, see, all the available modes they're flashing now, so we could take it over to AGM and it would start forcing it. But it can see the voltage, so there's no need for us to put it into force mode. See, it's going through it as if the battery's connected, or it's not sensing the battery, so it's just forcing it to go ahead and charge no matter what, even though it's not even connected at the moment. And that's what force mode allows it to do. So let's take it back out. And what we're going to go for is another repair on this one. So let's turn it on, bring it to the end, 3 seconds, lights up the other available choices, repair. Now we're going to let it run. And I guarantee you this is going to be a while. So more than likely, we're going to see you tomorrow again. But maybe by the end of the day, it may be through, and then we'll retest it and see where we ended up. So until then. All right, guys, it's been a few hours. It has completed its cycle. Let's see if we've got anything. No, it took it from a volt to about 2.6. So not looking too good for this battery. But I've got one more thing I want to try. Just came in today, Noco Genius Pro 25. Big boy, can do 24 volts as well. Let's get it hooked up and just give it one more shot to see if that battery is recoverable. So let's do it. You should see this thing even has a felt lined carrying case. Feel like working with royalty. All right, big guy. Let's see what you got. Tell you what, the build quality of the Noco stuff is, it's impressive. Really impressive. I like this stuff if you can't tell. I haven't read through the manual, but I would bet it's very similar to the 10. Guess we'll find out here in a few minutes. All right, so let's bring her up. Ooh, even got a fan on it. Did y'all hear that? All right, we don't want it. We want to go straight around to repair 12 volts. So we'll bring it here. 3 seconds. All right, how do we get down there, guys? This is a little bit different. I bet you it's going to be 5 seconds. So there we go. Now we've got it set for repair, 12 volts. Hitting it hard in between 3 and almost 16 volts. So let's see what this one can do. This is your last chance. We'll see what it's got. And welcome back. It is now morning. Let's flip it on and see what we got. Actually, I got so nervous when we were charging it yesterday. I knew I was going to leave it overnight. I moved it over to a stainless steel cart as if it was going to have a fit and fall in it. I didn't want to do it on a combustible table. I took a couple of temperature readings, and that center cell was sitting at like 135 degrees. I was like, ooh, this could go wrong. But it's still in one piece. It's nice and cool this morning. Let's take a peek and see where we ended up. No go. Under half a volt. So if anything, it tried and then ended up making it worse. So there's just no way that this battery is ever going to come back. It is heading off to be recycled at this point. So what did we learn from all this? Brand new battery. Started the machine maybe 2 or 3 times. Put in a storage container. Extreme cold, extreme heat. Yeah, it was not going to survive. What should we have done? We should have invested in just one of these. Pulled it out of the machine, put it on a shelf, and let this little maintainer charger take care of it. Well, there we go. We went through each type of scenario. Brand new battery, one that had been sitting on a shelf in a controlled environment. We were able to resuscitate that one, and one that was just too far gone, even for this big behemoth to try to bring back. Well, if you need any chargers or any other parts for your machine, why don't you come see us at Partzilla.com and we can get you taken care of. If you have any questions about this video, leave them in the section below and I'll do my best to answer them. And hey, if you like what you see, why don't you go ahead and hit that subscription button along with that notification bell. That way you can keep up with whatever I'm working on or talking about in the future. Well, we just want to say thank you for shopping here with us at Partzilla, and we will see you in the next video. Y'all have a great day.
From racing conditions to family traditions, every bolt, every ride, every story. It all starts with the right parts, because the best rides aren't just won, they're shared. Partzilla, the best for parts.
Hello, John Talley here with Partzilla.com, and today we're going to be focused in on installing a Racetech Gold valve system on the rear shock of our 2005 CRF 450R. Now, we already know who the rider is, so I've already built up both the compression and the rebound stacks, and as you can see, you'll have a few shims left over, but hey, this kit is designed to cover a wide range of setups, so you can expect that. We also have the correct spring rate for the rider and his intended use of this particular machine. And it's really not that tough to do, so there's nothing to be afraid of. So let me get this table out of the way, bring over our teardown bench, and then I'll show you how to get it installed. All right, guys, so here we go. Like I said, this is not a very difficult procedure. When you buy the kit, when it shows up, definitely hold on to this one particular piece of paper because that has your access code. When you go to the Racetech website, you enter in that code and then it generates a setup sheet depending on your specifications. What that is going to give you is the shim stack for the compression, the rebound, any bleed holes that you may need to be drilled. And they even give the setups as far as your compression and rebound and even your sag setting depending on your rider weight. So this is pretty much the chart that we used to determine and then pick out our shim stack, which I've already done. Using just a regular caliper, you measure the outer diameter and the thickness and then stack them as you go. Now for the setup instructions for our spec sheet, they call for a 1.6 millimeter piston bleed hole, and where that is going to be is right here. You can see where they started to drill through, but now we just need to complete it with the right size drill bit. Now 1.6, that should equate to a 1/16 inch if memory serves. So let's go ahead and start out by drilling that out and just being very careful not to leave any shavings when we're done. All right, guys, you can do this freehand if you want to, but I would recommend using a drill press because where that comes out, there's not a lot of margin for error. Now what I want to do here is make sure there are no edges that need to be sanded or filed off and that there are no shavings anywhere. So we're going to clean it up with a little bit of suspension clean and then we can continue. All right, guys, let's start putting our shaft together. We're going to go back with the original parts and then we're going to add in the necessary shim stacks. So all this is as you took it apart, and once again, if you need help getting this apart and putting it back together, reference our playlist and I'll walk you through the entire process. Next, let's get on our base plate, and these came out of the original shock. So that thin one first, and then the actual base plate. Right now we can get on our compression stack, and this one is a two-stage, so there is that oddball crossover one that's actually sandwiched in here. So let's see if we can get these to go on without making a big mess. Next, we can get in the piston, and we want the 6 ports facing down into the compression stack. So that's those right there. All right, now let's get our rebound stack on, our 3 ports facing up. All right, let's see what that left us on our stack height. I'll go ahead and tell you it's going to be too short because we can't run out of thread. So we need to close that distance with spacers, and they're going to go down here. And I can tell you that 1 is not going to do it. Because see that area there? We need to be right at the halfway point. So we will probably end up using both of these spacers that came with the kit. So let's get that out of the way. Carefully take our piston as well as our shim stack off completely. Our compression side. Now, go back on, put on our 2 spacers. Now, let's reinstall our shim stack, piston, rebound. Now the base. That's what we want. So now we're not going to run out of thread, and we can torque it appropriately. Now granted, this is a new shaft that I'm using. Yours, if you were reusing it, had already been filed down all the way around. So you would definitely want to use red Loctite, and we're going to use that as well just to make sure. Now the kit comes with red Loctite, but I've got plenty around. Word of warning here, don't put an excessive amount because we do not want any Loctite swirling around the internals of our shock. So just put a little bit directly on the threads of the nut itself. And then once we get this tightened down, wipe off any excess that's on the threads of the shaft itself. All right, this is critical. Make sure you're using a good torque wrench. And in our DVS settings, it says to torque it to 25 foot-pounds, so that's where we're heading. All right. .24.8, I think that's going to be good enough. Looking good, looking really good. And just to make sure there was no contaminants that got in, we're going to go to this port on the side and blow through the shaft. So honestly, guys, this is nothing to really be afraid of. Just take your time, make sure you've got enough clearance to where you don't run out of threads, and you should be good to go. And this is going to be totally worth it for the environment that this machine is going to be ridden in. It's going to make a huge difference in ride quality. All right, next we have an O-ring that came with the kit. All right, guys, now we just need to take a look at it. And what we're looking for is to make sure that our outer shims completely cover the ports for both the rebound and the compression side. And they do. So this looks really good. Other part you can see is the crossovers in there. So there's just a little bit of gap where my fingernail is here. And then another one up top where that crossover one is. So this is ready to go. All right, guys, we're going to put this one together a little bit differently than I did in the rebuild video. I'm actually going to follow Racetech's assembly instructions just for something different. Let's check to make sure she's backed out all the way, because this one is brand new. Yep. All right, what we're going to do is fill it up from this direction until it overfills the bladder section ever so slightly. I'm just letting that equalize now. All right, we've got it filled to about right here. They aren't quite equalized, but that should be enough in there to where it'll just overflow a little bit when we put in the reservoir, because that's what we want. We want to try to get as much air out around it as possible. Yeah, that was more than enough. We could have gone down to here, but let's go ahead and go. This will get messy. You can count on it. You want to get it down just below that edge to where we can get our retaining clip in there. The silver clip. Now, let's go ahead and pull it up into position. And the good part is there shouldn't be any air anywhere in there with this technique. Now let's go ahead and put a little bit of pressure on this in 30 psi. We just want to overexpand the bladder to force it out against the walls. That'll make it more accurate as far as the amount of fluid we're putting in here. That should do it. Well, 28.5. As long as it's over 25, we'll be fine. Now we want to fill up the main reservoir or the main shock body till it's about 2 inches from the top. We're actually already pretty close. Doesn't have to be exact. I just want to get it close. Now before we put the assembly back together, very important that you go ahead and get the locking rings to set the sag onto the main body, because they will not go on after the fact. So let's grab our assembly and our, they call this a ring. Trick is to make sure it stays in the groove as you're installing it into the body. Also make sure that you had a layer of suspension fluid on that O-ring to make it easier to get in there. Nice. That looks like I overfilled it a little bit, but that'll be okay. That was really close. Look at all those bubbles coming out. Trick is to draw it up slow, but don't bring it past that hole on the side of the shaft. Otherwise, it'll pull in air and you'll have to start over again. So we want to bring it down with a fair amount of force and bring it up slowly. All right, at this point, we want to get a dead blow mallet and actually shock it as we push it down. That's going to force out more air that may be trapped in between the individual shims. I think that we've got it. I'm not feeling or hearing any more air escaping, and I don't see any more either. All right, so now we can bring the seal head down, and about as far as we're going to be able to get it is where the O-ring is going to start to seal. Now once it tries to seal, then we'll push it down further while releasing pressure on the bladder. Otherwise, it's not going to go down. There's a bleed hole over here on this side. I want to lean it back to where air can escape right through there. Take your time. See, it's bubbling out right there. I think that's got it. There it goes. All right, so here's the trick. We've got pressure on here. We're going to release pressure on the bladder, and the seal head is going to drop down in there. Now, we can tap it down below and get our retaining clip in there. We are there. Get our clip in. Make sure that it is seated all the way around. All right, let's pressurize it one more time and make sure that that seal head seats correctly against that retaining clip. And the shaft should also extend up all the way if it isn't already. We'll put about 25 or 30 in there. There it goes. Now we can get our cap in place, and you want one of the weep holes, there's two, to be facing forward and aft. All right, now let's depressurize the bladder while pushing in on it. So we want to get as much air out as possible, so we're only putting in nitrogen. So we're going to collapse it. All right, that should have collapsed it in, and now we're actually ready to fill it. Now, if you don't want to go through this process, just take it to your local dealership and have them fill it up. And we are going to be taking it to 165 psi. All right, here's where the fun begins. Now, granted, the reg is fairly expensive, so you may just want to take this to your dealer and have them do it. 150, 165. That's it. Ready to rock. That feels really good. I'm happy. If I remember correctly, that's on the same side, so we're good to go. Let's go ahead and get our spring on. So it's the larger side down. Get our clip in, retaining clip that is. Make sure it's seated all the way around. Yep, that should do it. Let's lay it down and get our preload set. So we want to set this to 7 millimeters. So that's going to be just over a 1/4 inch, maybe to 5/16, somewhere in there. But this just gets us in the ballpark. The owner can set the sag, when he's actually sitting on the machine. I may even send him a Motion Pro tool so he can do that. Let's see where we are. Pretty good guess, John. That's we started at 10.5, and she's in 10 into the corner now. We'll go a little bit more. Now we go ahead and lock that down. Amazing how easy these are to adjust when they're properly lubed up. Good to go. All right, next, let's set our rebound and compression. All right, our high-speed compression is going to be 2.5 turns out. So let's bring her all the way in. So 2.5 turns. There's 1, 2.5. Now our low speed, we're going to do 10 clicks out. Our rebound is going to be 12 clicks out. Well, there it is. All right, guys, one last order of business. Now we are finished. All I have to do now, well, is go remount it to the bike. Well, listen, if you need any of these parts or others for your machine, why don't you come see us at Partzilla.com and we can get you taken care of. If you have any questions or comments about this video, leave them in the section below and I'll do my best to answer them. And hey, if you like what you see, why don't you go ahead and hit that subscribe button. That way you can keep up with whatever I'm working on next. We just want to say thank you for shopping here with us at Partzilla, and we will see you in the next video. Y'all have a great day.
From racing conditions to family traditions, every bolt, every ride, every story. It all starts with the right parts, because the best rides aren't just won, they're shared. Partzilla, the best for parts.
Hello, John Talley here with Partzilla.com. Sitting on the bench in front of us is a Can-Am X3 Turbo RR motor that was returned, and the customer states that it had a really noisy valve train, and that's piqued my interest. So we're going to open this one up, see what's going on inside, and then potentially do a really strong rebuild on it. So if you're ready, we'll dive into this project. All right, so let's open it up and see what we've got going on inside. Ooh, you can tell she sat for a little while. Got a little bit of surface rust here. But from what I can tell, they did not run this machine long at all. So what we're gonna do is go ahead and lock it down at top dead center, and looks like we're pretty much on it. Then we're gonna take off these cams, because what I wanna see is what kind of shape the tappets are in. So to lock it down, we're going to be using a couple of different tools. One, you bring it around to top dead center on the compression stroke. We're going to remove that, look in there with a flashlight and see if I can see the edge of a V groove that's cut into one of the counterweights on the crankshaft. It'll tell me that she's sitting at top dead center. And this actually locks in that V. It's kind of wiggling its way in there, and it's got it now. Next, we can use our second tool that goes in up here that holds the cams in one position. So she just sits right on top of these cams where those edges are. Now we can go ahead and remove our tensioner, then our guides, get the chain off, and at that point we can lift the cams, the trays, everything off of the lifters, then take a peek and see if I'm right. We're not removing the cam gears from the cam, but I do want to get off this little plastic piece because I don't want to damage it as we're moving everything around. You need to remove your top guide, because that'll give you just enough room to get the chain off of the gears. Not a lot of wiggle room, but it does come off. Now at this point, we can take off the trays up top. So we're going to start on the outside and work our way in. Now with everything sitting at top dead center, there's going to be almost no pressure on any of the valves. So it may bring it up just a little bit, but it's certainly not compressing anything. That's why it's important, if at all possible, to bring it around to top dead center. Otherwise, it's highly unlikely, but possibly run the risk of breaking a cam or the tray itself by putting it under too much stress. Yeah, see just a little bit of pressure right there. At this point, we can lift off, but I want to keep that as clean as possible. So let's start using our towels. All right, so here's what we're checking for. These tappets, they have grooves around the side and that teeny tiny little hole. And if you look in there on the head, you can see where it's got an oil passage that comes into the side of this lifter. And it has to fill up with oil before it really starts to, quote, quote, adjust and tighten up. Now, if these have oil in them, they're gonna have a little bit of a spring to them right now. But I'm betting that that is what was going on, what the customer was hearing. Not very much there, and a lot there. So this one and this one, they weren't pumped up yet. Let's check the exhaust side. Good amount. A lot. Not much. And what you should see. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 valves, and I know that I can guarantee you we're tapping like crazy. So at this point, I can hazard to guess that we can go ahead and pull this down. We're not going to see any other, we're not going to, well, there was no problem to begin with. I doubt we're going to find or see any abnormal wear, because I'm betting that this thing only ran for 2 or 3 minutes. Now, had he run it for 15, would have never sent it back to us. So let's continue breaking it down. And if it checks out, then I'll share with you what we have planned for this one. Okay, I think we can safely remove the locking tool and then let's go ahead and get our knock sensor and our starter off of it. And when you're breaking your engine down, either group it all together like I'm doing, or the safer move would be to bag up each section in a Ziploc right where it goes. Otherwise, it's all fun and games when you're breaking it down, but when it comes time to put it back together, you'll be like, now where did that bolt go? But if you stay organized as you're breaking it down, it'll make it a whole lot easier to put back together. Oh, one other note. Sure, you see me using my impact to pull a lot of this apart, and that's fine in my book. Do not use this to put it back together. Just no. Now, if you do get lost putting yours back together, just check out our exploded diagrams over on Partzilla.com and give you an exact picture of how it should go. All right, where do we leave off? Oh, head bolts. Let's get those two M8s on the end, and then we'll come through and loosen up our head bolts. Now, those are one-time use. We want to take those off, by hand instead of using an impact, because I do want to make sure that I do them in the reverse order of which they were tightened. And these are a 12 millimeter. So we're going to be on the outside and work our way in. Maybe a little overkill, but it's the right way to do it. Okay, let's go ahead and zip these out now. Oh yeah, piece of cake. Let's take a look down in there. Yeah, that has not been run very long. And watch this. Now that looks brand new. Wiped it right off. If they ran this thing more than 5 minutes, I'd be in shock. Had they run it 5 minutes more, chances are that would have pumped up that lifter, saved themselves a whole lot of trouble. So I can safely say that this is going to be a good candidate for our project. What we're going to do is upgrade its internals. We're going to swap out the connector rods for a set of Carrillos and then attach that to CP pistons and then hold it all together using APR studs, because this engine will be heading to an X3, which is going to go racing. Now we're going to be sending it out to one of our YouTube partners by the name of Michael Sabo. He had already built an engine for his. Engine developed problems. Sometimes they do. No fault of his. But he's in need of another engine and is so busy he could really use a hand. And I told him I had one of these potentially sitting on the other side of that wall, and it turns out I do have a good candidate. So we're going to help him out a little bit on this. So let's go ahead and remove our PTO cover and then get to that little pivot pin right here and get our tensioner guide out of the way. Now, this is just a cap or a cover. And then you reach in here with, looks like an M6. Then we pull out that pin. Now, at this point, we have several M6 bolts to remove. We'll get those done first. Then we'll flip it over, remove your lower oil pan, if you will. All this is a dry sump. Have an oil filter. Go ahead and forewarn you, all these machine edges are like little razors. So just make sure you've got a good grip on it as you're moving it around, because you let your hand slide, you're gonna get cut. All right, these are a little bit trickier to get to. All right, now let's go ahead and flip her all the way over. And then we got a couple of 8s. At that point, we can get the main crankcase bolts and we'll take them out working from the outside in, and then time to split the cases. Now these we are going to loosen up with the breaker bar to begin with, and then we'll zip them out with the impact. Oh, and these are one-time use bolts as well. Let's go and see if we can persuade her off of there. we can leave our old pump gears in place, because those are just intermediate gears, so there's no timing involved over here. So yeah, nothing but sealant holding it on now. I'm usually shocking it like that with a soft blow hammer is the best way to break it loose carefully. Oh yeah, she's done. Okay, there it is. That's cute. Yeah, I don't see anything at all that's scaring me. Let's go ahead and pop those out. Now, if you were going to reuse these, it would be very important to put them back exactly where they were coming out, but this is actually what we're in here to replace anyway. So we'll go ahead and knock them out. Oh, and this is a first. I actually found a use for a 9mm socket, because that's what that is. It's a 9mm 12 point. It only took 59 years for that to happen. I hadn't even started to wear in at all yet. These are what they call split type connecting rods. That's where they crack them. They only go back together one way. But that isn't going to matter because we're not going to reuse them. But still interesting nonetheless. All right, guys, give me just a couple of minutes. I need to be able to lift the engine up a few inches to where I can get these pistons popped out. So we're just going to use a couple of pieces of wood, cover them up to where we don't get any contaminants on the block, and then get them knocked out. All right, there it is. This is the assembly that we're going to replace. All of that just to get these out. Well, there's 1, 2, and number 3. All right, guys, she's broken all the way down. About time to get it cleaned up and put it back together. Let's take a look at those parts that we're going to be replacing. Pistons. They look very, very similar, but the CP is roughly a half a point higher for the compression ratio. And the big difference is the webbing that goes around your wrist pin is much thicker, and that allows for an overall longer wrist pin. More surface area, it can handle more pressure, gonna last longer that way. Now, for the connecting rods, your biggest difference is your stock is what they call an I-type beam construction. The Carrillo is an H. So if you were to do a cross section here, you could see the H and the I here as well. And the H is going to be stronger by a long, wide margin. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the stock components, but if you're going to push it a little bit harder, which we plan to do, we're going to need that additional strength out of that Carrillo rod. Last but not least, we are going to use a set of ARP studs versus the one-time use bolts to hold all this together. The big advantage, and I hope we don't have to ever use this, is you can retorque these several times before they have to be replaced. And it's debatable, but out of all the ones that I've installed, I've yet to pull them apart. So what I have to do next is very tedious, very time consuming, but also very necessary. Getting all of this RTV silicone off, there's no real easy way to do it. You can pull off a little bit of it, you're going to need to scrape off the rest and then do the final cleaning with either some type of acetone, or I'm going to be using contact brake cleaner. But that only takes off a small amount. It's a combination of all three of those processes is going to get this clean. But the real trick is here not to let any of this stuff get left behind, because if that gets pulled into the old system, we're going to have problems. And just like that, it's done. Now, how long did it take me to do this and the block over there? About 3 hours. So don't get in a hurry about this. And also, I went ahead and replaced the crankshaft bearings. I mean, did they have any wear on them? Well, no, but I'm in this deep, I can't help myself. So I went ahead and replaced them. That way we just have a brand new surface to run in and break in. So let's go ahead and move our bottom half of the case out of the way, bring over the main crankcase, and then we're going to start checking those piston rings and get them sized correctly for this build. Of course, new bearings on this half as well. And I was just checking a couple of different clearances with the crankshaft. That's why you see that red assembly lube. But we're more concerned about the cylinders right now. More exactly, the piston rings. All right, we're going to start with our top ring, and going by the CP Carrillo instructions, the gap needs to be as follows. We're going to go under the nitrous/turbo section, and what they want to see for the top ring is the bore, which is 2.9133 times 0.0055 inches. Now what that's going to yield is 16 thousandths clearance. So let's go ahead and get our ring in place, and we want to square it up, and to do that I'm going to use actually the old piston, although it looks brand new, and we're going to basically sink it. Doesn't have to be far down, to about right here. That way it's square in the bore and we can get an accurate reading on it. So we're heading for 16 thousandths, and I pretty much guarantee you it's not going to be that much, because with a turbo engine you're going to have more clearance than you would, say, just with a stock normally aspirated street performance. So, and I did go back and look at that. For the street performance you're going to have around 12 thousandths. For drag racing, road racing, still normally aspirated, 13, 14, somewhere in there. So I'm betting we're going to at least be down into the 11 or 12 thousandths, and then we'll have to grind it down from there. All right, let's see if 12 would have cleared. No, it's catching just a little bit. So let's go to 11. And yes, 11 goes through with just a little bit of drag, and honestly, that's what I was expecting. So we need to take off about 5 thousandths to get that 16 to clear. So let's head over to our filer and start bringing it down. I always file mine down like they're facing up inside the cylinder bore, and I typically only work on that left side. I don't want to go back and forth because this already has a perfect square edge on it. I just want to file this one back and then chamfer for the edges to make sure there's no burrs on it before we put it inside the bore. All right, now we're going to take a file and just lightly hit that edge. That's all we're trying to do. And at this point, we just want to wipe that down, put it back into the bore, and then measure it again. So we were at 11. Let's see if 12 will go in now. 12 will go in, barely. Let's go up to 13. 13 can, but just barely, starting to catch. So what we need to do is head back over to the grinding wheel, take a little bit more off. Now I'm gonna have to repeat this at least 3 or 4 times because I don't wanna over grind it. Because if I go past that 16, there's no coming back, and then I need to get another set of rings. So it's the same process, just sneak up on it in incremental steps. 16, that's what we want. She's through. 17, this is the one we hope sticks. It can't quite go through, so we're good. Now our second ring, it doesn't matter which application we're going to be building the engine for. They're all three the same, and what they're looking for is a range of 0.004 to 0.008 more than our top ring, which was 0.016. So anywhere in that range. So given my particular set of feeler gauges, what we're going to aim for is 0.020. That's right at the bottom level, and that's the one we barely want to drag through there, and we ought to be good to go. Typically, you never have to mess with these. Let's see if I'm right. And look at that, just barely slides through. So that one, we do not need to do anything to. Now the last one, we can check, but I've yet to see CP Carrillo ever miss on this as well. That's your oil rings, and they just want to see a minimum of 15 thousandths clearance. Once again, I've never had to modify that, but we will measure it just to be sure. Good to go. So this ring set is ready to go. I just need to do it 2 more times. Now as you're moving things around, just keep it in the same orientation, left or right from where it was, because that's the cylinders that they're sized to. So we're getting ready to attach our piston to our connecting rod, and with this piston, It's really not directional, but what I had read that most people do is on the bottom, you can see where it has CP stamped, and most people will point that toward the exhaust side, which in my case is going to be toward me from the way the engine is oriented on this table. So on a stock one, it has an arrow. This one, we're going to orient it to where that CP is going to point back or out to the exhaust side. Now it's the same thing with the connecting rods. They don't have an orientation, but what we're going to do is orient it to where all 3 Carrillo stamps are going to be going toward the PTO, which is toward the right side of the engine. So when we build ours up, each one is going to be built up the same, and that's the most important thing. So CP pointed toward my chest, which is the exhaust, Carrillo toward the PTO. First order of business, let's get in one of our circlips. There's like 5 different ways to do this. So I think what we're going to do is start it with it all the way down at the bottom and then work it around with our thumbnails. But what we don't want to do is have either one of our ends inside that little cutout. So that's where you would pry it out. That's what we want. Now it's dealer's choice here. You can use oil. I prefer to use some assembly lube, mainly because it's going to be several weeks before this engine gets started. Assembly lube is going to do a better job of staying in place versus oil, which can drain away. So we want to go ahead and get just a little light layer on the inside of the piston, on the wrist, get it pushed through there, and attach our connecting rod. Almost there. Some tight tolerances. Gotta love that. We are past that groove, so we are there. All we need to do is get in that second circlip. That's such a satisfying click sound when it pops into place. Now we can go ahead and get our rings on. Okay, the orientation from Can-Am. Top ring, face it toward one end of your wrist pin. Doesn't matter which way. So it's here. Your second ring, 180 out. And then your oil rings are going to be here and here. So really simple. Let's get our expander on first. I didn't see anything about the expander part of the ring, so we're going to have it like here. Bring in our lower one, and on these, we're just going to walk it in on that bottom edge and spiral it on. Let's go ahead and get our top oil ring in. Now our second ring, we want to go ahead, get a little bit of oil, and we just want to wet it all the way around. Now we should have a stamp with an N. We want that facing to the top of the piston. And we're going to end up facing this direction. So, test of how strong my fingernails are. Get in there. There we go. Now we can rotate it around. That's where it's going to end up. Now, let's get our top. Same thing with the oil. Just wet it. Find our mark in. We want that up. And this one I think we can pretty much spiral on. Alright, now you don't have to slobber the oil on. Just get a coat on it all the way around the skirt and around the dome. And that one is ready to go. Just need to grab our block and pop her in. Before we go, let's just do one final wipe of our cylinders. I mean, I'm sure they're clean, but not really sure. Lint-free towels if you can find them. We are going to leave the lower cap on the connecting rod bearing. Go ahead and get them in the cylinder, flip it over, then we'll go ahead and separate the cap. Now with that done, let's put a little bit of oil on the cylinder walls. You really don't have to go all the way down to the bottom because your pistons are going in from the top and those rings are going to push the oil down Now, as far as compressing the rings, there's a couple of different ways you can do this. There's some universal types that actually ratchet down and hold the rings in place. They do a pretty good job. I prefer the conical shaped compression tools. Wiseco makes a full set regardless of the diameter of your cylinder bore, and actually Can-Am makes one as well. I've got both, but I like the Wiseco. It has not failed me yet. It does a great job, especially with those really thin lower O-rings. They usually just pop right past that edge without getting hung up. But do be careful and do not force it. Otherwise, you'll be ordering a new set of rings. So what we're going to do is bring it down to where the skirt is hanging down below the bottom edge of this. Then we will insert it and then tap it in there. Now, there's an oil squirter down inside of each cylinder that's facing up. Just don't hit that. And I do keep pressure down on the tool itself. All right, guys, that's the procedure. So let's keep going. Now let's flip it upside down, start getting crankshaft in there and get those connecting rods torqued down. Now, when we pull off our end caps, we want to lay them out in order, of course, and in the same orientation that they're coming off. But before I remove them, I want to go ahead and mark them. Now, they are stamped on the ends, but I want to go ahead and color code them. But we're going to lay them out, glue on left or right, and just don't mix them up. And it is also worth noting that there's a fair amount of torque on each one of these bolts when they ship them out. So hopefully you broke yours loose in a soft-jawed vise before you popped them in here. Otherwise, it's going to take a fair amount of effort. But mine are already loose. I just need to take them out and lay them out in order. They pre-lube them, apparently. Now, these are a little bit tricky to get out. Most of them you would just hit on the side and they pop right off. These, you have to kind of hit them up and out because they've got these alignment dowels. So just be aware of that when you're pulling these things off. Retrospect, if I had to do that again with the design of these, I'd take them off before. So we've got all our caps off. Let's go ahead and get our bearings in place. And did I really need to replace them? No, but I'd rather start fresh. So we're going to go ahead and get the top half popped in. Of course, you've got the tang, and it has to align right there. We'll put it on the edge and kind of push in here as we're pushing it down. That way it doesn't scar the end of it or scrape it. Use the bottom edge of a soft screwdriver just to seat it in there. And that should do it. And these are all the same for the top and the bottom. Unlike the mains, which of course have grooves on the bottom, and they're smooth on the top. Put a little assembly lube or oil, depending on your preference, each one of the journals. We've already got it on our mains, so now we can bring over the crankshaft, lay it in place, put the other bearings on our caps, same way. I'm ready to put this together, and typically when I'm building an engine, I'll put plastic gauge in there just to make sure. But honestly, it's not really needed because they don't make any other bearing thicknesses for this particular engine. This is what you have. If we had to make any changes, we'd have to get the crankshaft ground down or built back up if the clearances weren't correct. But I tell you what, just to make everybody happy out there, I'll lay in some plastic gauge, do a quick torque on it, and then we'll look just to verify. But I'm telling you, it's going to be fine. So what we're going to do is do a preliminary torque of 10, then 18. Then we're going to do an angle. The recommended setting is 52 degrees. We're only going to take it to 48 because I don't want to overstretch the bolts. Now, if yours can't do degrees, you can take it in between 40 and 55 foot-pounds. Right now, we can back her out and see what we've got. Those alignment dials are great, but they're a little bit tricky to get out. There we go. All right, what we're looking for is we want it to be a little bit more narrow in between that 0015 and 002. So, I mean, we are right in there. We're a little on the tight side, but honestly, that's the way I want it because these are brand new bearings and they're going to wear in really quickly. There was nothing to be concerned about, but now we're absolutely certain. Now, we just need to clean off that plastic gauge and put it on for real. Remember to get it off of the bearing surface as well as the crankshaft. And let's face it, plastic gauge, it's not exact. It's just getting you in the ballpark, and we're going to be fine on this one. Now let's do it for real. Now we had a little bit of lube on our bolts, but we're going to reapply it this time around. And you want it around the head, right up under the head, and then on the threads. We'll get it seated. We're going to go ahead and put the other two caps on. That way we can rotate it around to get it in a good position where we can check each bolt stretch by using an ARP stretch gauge. So when we go and do each one for real, we're going to go back and verify it's stretching at about 6 thousandths, and that way we know it's at the correct torque. All right, before we tighten anything, we want to go in and zero our gauge. So we're good to go there. Let's see if we're close on the other one. So you'll need to do this for each bolt, because see how that one's a little bit off? It's like 2 thousandths off. So you can't just set it once and forget it. Even as good as ARP is, there's going to be some variance. But we're starting over with this one. We'll check it one more time. Trick is to make sure you're in that dimple at the bottom. Yeah, we are at 0. So we're going to go through the torquing sequence. We're going to do 10 foot-pounds and then 18. We don't want to touch that one because we haven't zeroed it yet. And we'll bring it back to that 47, 48 and see where that gets us, because what we don't want to do is overstretch it. All right, and that is 48 degrees, and it's saying 42.8 foot-pounds. So that's what it says it took it to. And our range on the foot-pounds was from 40 to 55. So pretty big range that it's looking for. Kind of surprises me. Let's see where we are. Well, that's scary. Here's the tricks. There it is. I was like, man, that's way off. But no, it's not. That is it. Right in the middle. So when it said 52 degrees, that was plus or minus 2 degrees. And I'm glad I started a little bit low at 48. So that's going to be our starting figure. And if I need to adjust a little bit more up or down on the other ones, that's what we'll do. But this little ARP device is a great lie detector, and it's going to help us dial it in right where ARP wants it to be. Let's do that to the other side and see where we end up. All right, 10 pounds coming up. 18. All right, let's do 48 degrees. So that's the real critical one there, is getting as close to 18 as possible, because from here on out, it's a degree. .48 degrees, 40 foot-pounds. A little bit lower on the foot-pounds, so I think that was a little bit more accurate on the low end. Now, fun part, let's see where we are. It's just a hair over 5, no, 5.5, so I'm happy. So that 48, 49, that's where we're going to want to hit. So that's the procedure. Lather, rinse, repeat. Trick is here, just don't get in a hurry. Number 2 and number 3, they went together just fine. I thought for a moment that number 2 may have gotten overstretched, but it turns out it was within spec. There's a pretty big difference or variance that they give on the foot-pounds, but you need to be a little bit under it. Otherwise, you will overstretch them, I feel confident. All right, all that feels like it should, so let's press on. Matter of fact, since we're here, that's where the locking tool intersects on the crankshaft right here. It ends up right there to hold the crank at top dead center, on number 2 that is. All right guys, at this point, so we don't forget, let's go ahead and get in our timing chain. Now there's a certain pattern that they want to see for the sealant that's going to keep this from leaking. And then they actually want it laid out on this half. So let me move this over. Don't squish your chain doing this. bring you over, and I want to go ahead and mark that. That way I can trace that pattern, and at that point we can go ahead and marry the cases together. You can guess for the most part, but I don't need to guess because I've got the factory manual. Now here's the real trick. We want to get in between a 1/16 and an 1/8 inch bead all the way around there. Not too little, not too much. And just make dang sure you don't stop up this little passage over here. The good part is, you've got a few minutes. If you lay it down and the section has too much, grab a blade, scrape it off, and try it again. I think I'm going to pull a little bit, pull it toward that side. I am scraping off some here because this is really easy to stop up or miss. All right, we can mess with this forever, but I think that's going to do it. Let's get this little guy to stick in there. A little funky windage tray. All right, a little bit more lube over here. Let's go. Get her seated down. Looking good so far. Next, make sure that you're using new bolts for this part. We're just going to put a little bit of oil on the threads. Because these are one-time use. And of course, there is the sequence for this. In the first step, we're going to do just 15 foot-pounds going in that order. Second step is a torque angle at 150 degrees, plus or minus 5 degrees. That works out to about a little over 30 foot-pounds, so not that bad. All right, next, these are just a one-shot, 17 foot-pounds. And there's the sequence, believe it or not. Does this one first, then that one. Now, a whole bunch of small ones. We're starting with number 1 over here, and then 2 through 6 go in this direction. What is this, an E8? And we're going to switch over to our other torque wrench for this. And each one of those is going to be 80 inch-pounds or 9 Newton meters. And next, we have to get over on this side, this way. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's one more over on this side. 12. All right, kids, she is sealed back up. I can go through some towels, can't I? All right, guys, now that we've got things a little bit cleaned up and organized around here, let's flip it upside down one more time, put on the base, because we've got those filters to hold in place, and let's let gravity do the work for us without damaging our fingers or the chain or anything else. There we go. All right, let's wipe it down one more time, get any residual oil off. Bring in a few filters. Tell that's not a Honda. Be here for the next several hours. Okay, cleaned up. New gasket dropping in. Filters in place. I think we're good to go. Yamaha, Kawasaki, Honda, y'all take note. One length bolt all the way around. What a concept. All right, we're just going to seat them. When we go to torque them, we're going to start in the middle and then work our way around. I don't like that. I remember when I pulled these out, there were a couple that were a little bit sticky. So we're going to pull this back off for a quick second and then run a cleaner through each one. I'm thinking back to when I built the R6, there were a couple that they should have been cleaned out. And I regret not going in and doing it before I got too deep into the rebuild. So we're not going to make that same mistake here. Because if there's any trash in here, which I think there is on a couple of these, it's going to give you a false torque reading. And more than that, it could mess up the threads. You can't really see it, but there's some junk on there. Now let's see what we've got. As it should be. All the way to the bottom and back, just using my fingers. So this may take a minute. There's evidently just a little bit of glue or something left in the threads that's causing it to bunch up right at the end. And we're just not having that. Not to mention, if there's any oil or anything else down in these, when you're driving that bolt in, I've seen it crack a block before. So make sure these are clean all the way in. It may have had thread locker on the other bolts. I don't remember seeing any, but now I could have just rammed them in, but it's not the way I'm pre-wired. And now I'm happy-ish. All right, now I think we can go. That's more like it. Yeah, these are going in a lot easier now. These go to 9 Newton meters. We're going to start in the middle and then work our way around. And since we're at it, I never drained this one, but if I don't put something on there, I'll always be wondering. We're going to put 18 on this just to make sure. I think we can spin her over one more time. The last time, probably. So we are going with ARP studs, and I do prefer to use a little bit of thread locker on my installations, and just barely on the end of the threads. Now you don't want to torque these down, you just want them down hand tight, but the real trick is, if you're going to use thread locker, you want to go ahead and be ready to install the head and get the nuts torqued down prior to it setting up all the way. All the way down to the bottom, back it up just a little bit. Quarter turn, that's what I usually do. And like I said, this is not required, it's just the way I prefer to do it. Yep. Okay. I'm just looking to make sure we had all of them down evenly, and we do. All right, I think it's time to get in our tensioner guide. Basically rides in there, and we've got this dowel that goes in, and then there's the cap that goes on there. And we do want a little bit of thread locker on here, more to seal it up than anything. That should do. Now we can put the PTO cover on next, but I think I'd rather go and get the head on, get it torqued, then we'll pop it on with a new gasket. All right, we're getting ready to bring in the washers and the nuts, but this is the important part. There's no way to measure these on a stretch to yield, so these are going to be torqued. And to get the most accurate torque that we can, we want to put that special lube that they send with the ARP studs around the top of the washer, and then also into the threads of the nut itself. So it's got the least amount of resistance, so we're actually getting the full torque onto the stud itself. I love these little hand magnets. They make doing stuff like this so much easier. I don't wear gloves often, but I am for this, because it gets messy. So there is a sequence, of course, so we're just going to write it on the head. They go 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's where I would have done it differently. Everybody else that I've always seen goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and then works their way out. If you are replacing your just regular bolts, you would take them to an initial setting of 15 foot-pounds and then 150 degrees. That's where you would end up with these. But in my case, we're going to end up with 60 foot-pounds total, and we're going to do that in increments of 20. So we're going to go all the way around at 20, then to 40, and then we're going to finish at 60 foot-pounds. All right, guys, just those 2 bolts down on the end, get those torqued down. We're going to tighten them to 9 Newton meters. Now we can start installing the camshafts, but before we bring them over, let's go ahead and put a little bit of lube on each one of these tappets. Just like I said, it's going to be a few weeks before this engine's going to be started, And I trust this stuff to stay in place a lot better than just using engine oil. When you lay these in place, it isn't hypercritical, but make sure your cams are at least pointing in the right direction as far as their timing marks right here. Now, before we bring over the top cap, go ahead and lube up your journals. I'll tell you what, we'll go ahead and hit these as well. Now we can bring over the holder. I'm going to replace those gaskets. Now I'd already popped in the new ones on the bottom side. They're all 6 identical. Now your bolts are all the same, but the tightening sequence is a 2-step. Now we're going to be tightening the center section to 5 Newton meters. Then we're going to come back, take that same section at the same sequence to 9 Newton meters, and then we're going to go around the outside in 1 step to 9 Newton meters. And the sequence is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7, 8 out here. All right, so let's do all of that again to 9 Newton meters. Basically, the first time around, that just seats everything down in place, and then the second time around, torques it. Now let's get our last 8 in there, and we just take them directly to 9 Newton meters. Actually, it's 9 Newton meters plus or minus 1 Newton meter, so let's take it to 9.5. Next, let's get this thing timed up. So we've got it pretty close with the marks, but this is going to hold it to where it can't move. All right, at this point, we do not want our other guide in place because we want to pull up to get all the slack out of the chain on this side, then bring it over, and it'll be slack, of course, on the tensioner side. That feels right. Now at this point, we can bring our guide in. And we're going to go ahead and let some oil run down onto the guide so it didn't dry on startup. So we'll go ahead and do the other side as well. Now we can put in our upper guide, then we can bring in our tensioner. Bring in our cap bolt, get it started, then we're going to torque it to 17 plus or minus 2 Newton meters, so we'll take it to 18. Not a whole lot, but that'll be enough. All right, at this point, we can take off our tools. Don't forget to put that plug back in there. When we pull this one apart, it didn't have that crush washer, which really doesn't matter because you're supposed to put on a new one each time. Magic number on this is 10 Newton meters. All right, there's a little bit of surface rust on the end of the crankshaft, and I really should have addressed it sooner. But what I'm going to do is use some emery cloth, but I'm not actually using this side with the abrasive on it. I'm using the back side with valve lapping compound because all I want to do is clean this up. So give me a second to scrape this off, get it cleaned back up, and then we'll put that PTO cover on. There we go. All right, put a little bit of oil on our surfaces. And I believe there's an up section, yep, top. Now these had some Loctite on them. Let me go clean these up on the wire wheel. A little bit of Loctite on the threads. Now we want this to be facing top, but the top's going to be a little bit off to the right. Now we've got it lined up. Now a tightening sequence to 23 Newton meters is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 at the top. Next, let's get on our oil tank cover tightening sequence. We're going to start up here, go all the way around, and end here. And we start off at 5 Newton meters, and then we take it a second round, same sequence, to 9 Newton meters. All right, I am not going to move this over yet because I'm actually shipping this engine out. So it'll be packaged alongside of it. So we'll just have that covered up before it gets shipped out. But I'm not going to transfer it over there just yet. All right, up next, I think we're down to a knock sensor, a starter, and a valve cover. Did I put plugs in this thing? Yeah, plugs are still in it. So let's go ahead and get our knock sensor back in place. A little bit of Loctite, and we'll take it to 23 Newton meters. Tell you what, since we're on this side of the engine, let's go ahead and get our starter on. And we are going to put a little bit of thread locker on these and then take them to 9 Newton meters. All right, before I forget it, let's get this guy back on. Get in our cam holder gaskets. Then we have a new gasket going on our valve cover, and it's already on. Let's close her up. We're going to take these to 9 Newton meters. Well, all right, guys, there you go. I think this one's going to be ready to go for Mr. Sabo. All I got to do now is just box it up and ship it out to him. Well, listen, if you need these or any other parts for your machine, why don't you come see us at Partzilla.com and we can get you taken care of. If you have any questions or comments about this video, leave them in the section below and I'll do my best to answer them. And hey, if you like what you see, why don't you go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with that notification bell. That way you can keep up with whatever I'm working on next. We just want to say thank you for shopping here with us at Partzilla, and we will see you in the next video. Y'all have a great day.
From racing conditions to family traditions, every bolt, every ride, every story. It all starts with the right parts, because the best rides aren't just won, they're shared. Partzilla, the best for parts.
Hello, John Talley here with Partzilla.com. Today we're going to spend a little bit of time looking at CV axles, how they work, why they sometimes fail, and some of the warning signs they may be giving you that you need to take care of immediately so they don't fail prematurely. So if you're ready, we'll dive into this project. All right, the number one killer of CV axles is usually a torn boot. Once the boot tears, you get foreign material inside, starts to prematurely wear it, and then it's going to fail. Now, what is the second biggest killer of CV axles? Well, it's too much torque trying to get transmitted from one end to the other, and sometimes it's torque at the wrong angle. Now, when I'm talking about torque, look at it in this way. If this is your standard wheel diameter out here, and this is your axle point, it takes a certain amount of torque, or you can apply a certain amount of torque to that nut in the middle. Now, if you wanted to apply more, well, you would extend that out further, like that. Now, think about what that hub is having to do to push the outside of the tire if it's been moved from here all the way out to here. If you go with a larger tire, it's putting more stress on it because the torque is increased because the distance is further from the center of the hub. Now, as far as the angle, when you go to lift your machine, if your axles are sitting at, I don't know, somewhere around here, and then you're asking the joints to go down to here, well, that's going to change the pivot point or the pivot angle, and that'll sometimes rip the joint apart as well. Now, I have two examples of axles that have failed that I picked up at the dealership. I actually don't know exactly what happened to them, but what we're going to do is go ahead and open them up, take those boots off, take a look inside to, one, show you how they operate, and two, see if we can determine how they failed. We'll start off with the one that is ripped. So let's open it up. I've got a couple of different types of pliers, crimpers, and we're going to see if we can just remove them without having to actually rip them off. I mean, if we have to, it's no great loss. But for the most part, a lot of your clamps can be removed and then reused. All right, this axle, we should be able just to remove it. Now you look at that one area right here, you can grab it on either side, push it together, tightens up the clamp, then I should be able to pull this up over that one little hook right there. So let's see if we can get this one to let go. There we go. Now how simple was that? Now the second one should be the same thing. A lot simpler than trying to break them off. We'll try it on the other one. Oh yeah, this one's definitely the right one to use for removing. Let's see if we can get it to pop back on. Now all we should have to do is just pinch it back in and then use our finger to push it over that edge. It's just that simple. You can go and try to wrench them off yourself with a pair of pliers, but I'd rather do that. A whole lot simpler. All right, let's see what we have behind door number 2. I'm just breaking the seal on that inner part. There we go. Oh, all right. She is definitely separated from that outer hub. So what we're going to see here, the actual bearings and the carrier that holds them together. So what I'm thinking happened is it was overextended and actually pulled out of the carrier. But let's get this cleaned up to where I've got a really clear picture as to what's going on, and then I'll show you how it actually works. What you had was this carrier that went around this inner cuff, and this one time held each one of these bearings in line with this. Now what more than likely happened, this exceeded the angle at which it was designed for, and at that angle it ended up snapping the carrier, and then choop, chaos ensued. From what I can tell, it wasn't on there for very long, so my guess is, and this is an aftermarket axle, more than likely they broke the OEM, replaced it with a aftermarket that wasn't quite up to the job, and then broke that too. So if you're going to modify your machine with larger tires and different angles, go ahead and get the best that is available out there. Otherwise, you're just going to keep doing this over and over and over again. Was it this axle's fault? No. You were just asking more than it could deliver. It's pretty simple. Now let's put this out of the way, take a look at our other one, and see what happened in there. Because 90% of the time, it's the outside that fails, like it did here. This one has an issue with the inside, and that's why I picked that one up. So let's open it up and see what happened in there. I mean, it doesn't feel, it was a little bit funky. The boot is certainly twisted, but it's not like it jumped position on the inside. I can only assume it was making some rather strange noises, and that's why the guys needed to replace it. And yes, we should be able to open this one up as well. Looks like we're going to reach all the way out here to do it. Whew. That was a fair amount of effort on my part. She didn't want to let go. So I don't quite have the kung fu grip I used to. All right, let's open this thing up. that can be an issue. Another hyperextended one. So more than likely, it extended, popped out, rotated, kind of scrunched up the boot. Could have kept going on this one. Certainly not anything as traumatic as what we're seeing on the other. But I'm looking through a whole wall of grease here. How about we clean that up, see if it tells us a different story. Oop, see a crack, I think. Now here's what piece I want to inspect the closest. See if we can catch anything has gone or about to go wrong. Let me go see if I can knock this off. We'll finish pulling it apart, clean it up, and see if we can find out what let go. This one had some time on it, at least. My guess is it was starting to make some annoying noises. This is when I wish I knew what machine, or more importantly, the modifications to whatever machine these came off of. But honestly, I can kind of guess. I mean, you can already look at that. You can tell me what happened. Overextended. Popped it out of the socket. Yeah, sure, it went back in. Kinda. I would imagine. With the wear pattern I see there, it was running at the very edge. And then eventually, it started making some noise. Kind of surprised it didn't fly, and it probably did fly all the way out, and they just crammed it back in there to at least make it up to the dealership, you know, or get the side-by-side off the trailer. I mean, these things have a certain range that they can deal with as far as the travel, how far they're going in and out of that joint, depending on what angle that they're at. This was a little too far. I almost wonder if you would have gone with just a little bit more, a little bit longer axle, if that would have that would solve the situation on this. When I say a little bit, I'm talking, you know, 5, 10 millimeters. So stock +1, kind of like going for an overbore when you're boring a cylinder. Completely different, but yeah, you get my meaning. You're needing to go to the outer range or the upper range for an extension. Otherwise, you're doing some creative machine work, machining. So how can they get around this? Well, if you're going to modify your machine, and I'm betting that both of these machines, they were both modified. If you're going to change the travel distance or the angle or your tires, you have to take into account the geometry and the other forces that are going to be impacted on your axle or the rest of your drivetrain in general. So you can't just replace what's in front of you with that new shiny pair of rims and tires. You need to think about what's going to happen further into the system itself and the equipment. If it's not designed to handle or turn that large of a wheel, then you need to change it to where it can handle it. Not just change them out, but you need to do the research to make sure whatever you're putting in there is going to be able to handle that angle and that amount of torque that you're trying to apply to them. Well, listen, if you need these or any other parts or tools for your machine, why don't you come see us at Partzilla.com and we can get you taken care of. Have any questions or comments about this video? Leave them in the section below and I'll do my best to answer them. And hey, if you like what you see, go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with that notification bell. That way you can keep up with whatever I'm working on or talking about next. We just want to say thank you for shopping here with us at Partzilla, and we will see you in the next video. Y'all take care.
From racing conditions to family traditions, every bolt, every ride, every story. It all starts with the right parts, because the best rides aren't just won, they're shared. Partzilla, the best for parts.
Hello, John Talley here with Partzilla.com. And today we're going to be working on yet another project on our 2016 Yamaha YXZ1000R. And as you can tell, we've already done several projects already. One of those being we've upgraded the frame to a 2019. But before we actually put everything together, we put in a frame strengthening kit to make it even stronger. Now also, we went through the engine, dropped the compression from 10.5 down to 9.5 to 1. Also, we've gone through the transmission and done a gear reduction kit. Now, why did we go through all this preparation? Well, it was leading up to this. On this table is an entire GYTR Yamaha turbo kit. Now, there's only one part number, but as you can see, there's a whole bunch of parts under that number. Now, the kit I decided to go with is actually the version 1 from GYTR. The reason I did that is, well, I kind of like the thought of the larger turbo matched with those equal length headers for this particular setup. Now, the installation for version 2 for the newer models, it'll be very similar to what I'll be doing, so you should be able to follow along to get your kit installed. Now also, this kit already comes with a pre-programmed ECU. However, we have changed the compression ratio inside of the engine, so that'll have to be tweaked before we can actually get the maximum output for this particular engine. Well, Yamaha was nice enough to do a printout of every single thing we're going to need to do to accomplish this installation. It's only 12 pages, 51 different items. How tough can it be? Well, now that I've got my instructions on my parts laid out, all I need to do now is open up my toolbox and we can dive into this project. So let's go. All right, guys, step one, we need to get this radiator up front. And believe it or not, try as you might, it will not wiggle its way in. The only way you can get it back into this cavity is to pull one of the shocks and just lay them out of the way temporarily. Now, these are the original shocks. However, I did upgrade the springs to a set from Eibach. Now, if you've got an older unit like I started with, you need to pay extra special attention to your suspension components and make sure they're up to the task. I had to replace most of mine, but most importantly, you want to make sure your bushings are in good shape on all your different pivot points. Also, you'll notice on this one, we have much beefier CV axles all the way around. I mean, with the kind of power that this machine is going to make, it's only as good as the strongest link in your chain, and that is one of the final links before it makes it out to the tires. So just make sure your machine is going to be up to the task when you add a turbo to it, because it's going to stress everything else probably a little bit further than it was initially designed for. So like me, you'll probably save yourself a whole lot of headache by upgrading it now instead of breaking it later and then upgrading it. Now she'll just slide straight in there-ish. All right, guys, there's 3 attachment points. Basically, you've got these 2 bolts that came with the kit. And the third point is right up here, but that gets sandwiched in your voltage regulator rectifier. And when you're remounting the shock, make sure you torque it to 47 foot-pounds. All right, guys, my next step is I have to remount the footwell so I can see where to notch out for the 2 radiator hoses to be routed through on the driver's side. The hoses are going to come through here, so we need to take out this one little section of webbing so there's enough clearance. Now, if you're watching this and you're saying, well, I don't have that particular beam on my frame, well, no, you wouldn't, because this is part of that frame strengthening kit that I mentioned in the intro. But regardless, we need to take out this section right here where the hoses can go through. These hoses are already cut the length, believe it or not. 68.5 and 112, 3/4 inch. And 44 goes to the top of your radiator, well, heat exchanger, and 43 goes down to the bottom. All right, guys, as it shows on the diagram, the longer hose, which is 44, is toward the outside of the rail. 43 is on the inside. Loops up here, goes up over the drive shaft, and actually I think that's the rear brake line. And then we're going to zip tie it up to that center section, as well as right here to hold it in place. I wouldn't zip tie it tight in place until we get it connected back at the back, and that'll give us our final links. All right, guys, we're going to install our water pump using the 53 and 54 nut and bolt, and it's right up under the driver's seat on that lower frame rail. So on Yamaha's diagram, it shows the long hose to the outside. I disagree. It's not the first time I've disagreed with somebody's instructions. So I'm putting the short hose on that side because that way it lines up better going to the water pump. Trick of the trade, a small spray of contact cleaner will help get these hoses on. Just be sure, because once they're on, they're not going to want to come back off. Next, we're going to take the 3/4 inch, 56 inch long hose, route it up next to that longer 110 and attach it to the water pump. Actually, you want it this way. All right, guys, I think we've got it routed correctly. There may be a few adjustments we'll have to do once the plastics start coming into focus. But for right now, let's go ahead and drop it down. Then we can put those last 2 clamps on the radiator / heat exchanger itself. Then go on to the next step. All right, guys, since we're right here, let's go ahead and connect up our wiring, even though our battery's not in place yet. But this is the cable they provide to go to it. This already has your plus and your minus and already has a fuse built into it, so it's good to go. We're just going to leave this in place and get it connected later. All right, guys, we've got our hoses in the general area that they're going to end up. This one heads over to the pump. This one is the long one that's going all the way up front to the radiator. Now it's time to go ahead and put our turbo on our intake manifold and then get that mounted to the engine itself. Let's go ahead and get our gasket in place. Make sure it's clean. Kind of tight in here. All right, next, let's just get everything snugged down, and then we're going to use one of our Motion Pro tools to hold this wrench to get in there to those ones we can't get a torque wrench directly on. Well, honestly, there's only one that we can use just a regular extension. The other 3 will have to use this adapter to get that torqued. And that is important because each one of these need to go to 18 foot-pounds. Now we're going to make a couple of passes when we do that just to make sure because we are compressing a metal gasket. All right, everyone's seated. Let's go around and get them torqued. We'll do the easy one first. Now the trick to using one of these is that you need to make sure that you're at 90 degrees to it. So right there, that's where it needs to be. And that distance won't matter. All right, that's all 4, but let's go back and check each one to make sure they're all at the right torque. See, there it took a little bit more as we were compressing that metal gasket. All right, guys, I think we're ready to go. Let's get it put on the machine. I want to go ahead and prep these studs. I prefer to use a high temp anti-seize spray, just a little bit. Not that I'm being pessimistic, but in case we ever want to take this apart, this may make it possible. All right, next, let's get in our exhaust gaskets. Now let's bring her up into position. All right, let's go ahead and get these started. As we're working these down, you can count on having to go back and forth a few times before everything gets compressed into place and torqued down, because we want to end up with a final torque of 14 foot-pounds. And I've heard or read that after about 100 miles, we need to come back and re-torque these, probably a couple of times. But right now, let's get them all just seated, and then we'll break out the torque wrench. It amazes me how much weight is just hanging off that engine now. Like I said, we'll have to make a couple of passes because we're compressing down those gaskets. So we've got everything torqued down. Let's head over to the other side of the engine where we're going to remove one of the oil passageway plugs, and we're going to put in a flange bolt for our oil line. And don't forget your crush washer. And we've got it in there snug. Let's torque it to 8.7 foot-pounds. Now don't just guess at this because this is a hollow bolt. And if you're wrong, you're going to snap it. All right, guys, let's get in our first oil line to that fitting that we just installed. So the 90-degree bend goes to the turbo. The 45 heads over here because when you install the throttle bodies, it would hit the 90-degree one. Now let's get our throttle bodies on. Make sure everything clears. And this is not easy, by the way. Yeah, good luck on doing that without a little bit of contact cleaner to get it to slide on. Whew. Now the question is, am I hitting there or do I have a teeny bit of clearance? Good to go. Now let's get our throttle body boots tightened down, which will be more important now than ever because we're going to be under pressure. Question is, how many PSI are we going to go for? 6, 8, 12? Get it reprogrammed for 16 or 18 and have to run race fuel? Nah, we probably won't take it that far. If you went with the bigger injectors and put in the race fuel, you could get 350 horsepower, if not more, out of it. But your reliability would just have to go through the floor with that, and that's not what I want. And I'm not racing it anyway. This is just to give it a little bit more pep in its step. Next, let's get in our oil drain flange with its gasket, and it goes to the bottom of the turbo. And we're going to torque these bolts to 18 foot-pounds. Now let's get our oil drain line attached, and we just want to point it back in this direction for right now. I guess we're going to tighten that up. If we need to loosen it, we'll loosen it. All right, next let's get our 40-inch coolant line, and it heads right here. And then our 38 line goes over on the other side. All right, guys, as you can see, I am struggling in vain trying to get this one fitting to tighten up. So what we're going to do is release this arm, bring the box end of the wrench all the way up on the hose itself, then get it tightened up. Then we're going to put that arm back on very carefully and then get the circlip back in position. All right, next let's get our turbo outlet pipe along with its associated gasket on there. I'm not going to torque these yet. I'm going to address putting on the exhaust later. But for right now, we're going to skip over that and head on to the next step, which is, believe it or not, to remove this timing cover or bolt, if you will, because that is where the old drain line is going to attach to the engine. Pretty creative, if you ask me. So you've got the adapter, then you have this 5mm spacer, which also will seal it up, as it is made out of aluminum or aluminium. Make Jeremy happy. There. Well, I'm glad I've got the exhaust off. It'd be all in my way right now. Careful right here. Don't let it cross thread on you. There's not a lot of clearance. All right, next we're going to reroute this idle air control line under the throttle bodies and then up in between the intakes for cylinder 2 and 3. Now when we get it up there, we want to actually cut off right before it goes into the turn. All right, guys, a little bit more cutting. We're going to come in and cut this, and then we're going to leave 2 straight sections, and this is what's going to attach to our 2 coolant lines that are still hanging over there. All right, so we're going to bring our 40-inch in here. And then the 38 to the top one. That should do. All right, next we just need to remove our intake air temperature off of our old air box and just transfer it over after we clean it up just a little bit. All right. Next, we just need to install the nipple on our intake manifold. Now we just want to hang these on there loosely, oriented like this, so we can get to them to tighten them down. All right, let's get her popped on there. All right, let's tighten down those clamps. Next, we need to get this little support bracket in place. Now, they'd already sent this particular nut and bolt, which is a locking type, and the one I'm going to use up top, which they did not provide, is going to have a lock washer as well. Now, if yours doesn't, you need to put some Loctite up there. Actually, this bolt will go through the oil tank, but I don't have that mounted right now. We're going to temporarily put it in place. That way I can get the rest of the plumbing done without disturbing the boots. Very good. Right, next, they want you to put the boost pressure hose to that nipple that we installed earlier. Now we're just going to attach it with a zip tie to keep pressure on it. All right, next, let's go ahead and get our first 90-degree silicone elbow on. We're going to go ahead and put on a second clamp, but that'll be tightened down later when we get our air cooler in place. All right, next, we want to remove this map sensor on the back and replace it with a 3-bar unit. On this kit, I believe that's number 20. All right, guys, we're getting ready to install the air cooler, but before we do that, I did a test fit, and this first hose that goes into it, it needs to be cut down, otherwise it pushes out too far. And it turns out that this hose is just a little too long, because if we mount it uncut, it pushes everything too far. So I've got it marked. Let me get this cut, take out about 1 inch, and then we'll start assembling it. All right, now let's see what we've got. Okay, much more like it, because your attachment points are right here. And now it lines up like it's supposed to. It just took a little bit of trimming to get it to go in there right. I think it's safe for us to go ahead and tighten these down now. Personally, it bothers me to have this much thread hanging out, but these are the bolts that they sent. Now let's get in there and tighten up a couple of clamps. In the kit, you know, she had 3 90-degree elbows. 2 of them were the same, and then you had one that goes from a 2.5 down to a 2. Of course, that goes over to the turbo side. Need a little bit more distance here. Okay, once you push these on, don't push too far, because getting them to come back is not easy. Now we got it. All right, right, guys, give me a couple of minutes just to get my oil tank remounted because I want to be at the same point as you are in your install because, of course, we're in the middle of doing a frame swap, and I never had installed the oil tank. But now I need to go ahead and put it in place, and then we'll modify the hoses accordingly and get that new catch can and separator installed. All right, guys, we're ready to go now. Let's go ahead and remove these two hoses along with the oil separator. Break that seal loose, and then she'll come off. All right, with the oil separator out of the way, we're going to use its mounting place for the cooling surge tank. Before you tighten this down, make sure you've got a little bit of clearance in between it and the intake box. All right, so we've taken away the oil separator mounting place. The new separator will be mounted against this wall once that's installed. And now, let's get these protective caps cut off. Now this is going to be hose number 41, which I believe is 11 inches long, and it's a 3/4. All right, remember our hoses from so long ago that we ran from the front of the vehicle? Well, now we finally get to connect them. So 44, which was the really long one, will head to the bottom of the heat exchanger, and the other one that comes off the pump goes to the cooling surge tank. Yeah, I'm zip tying this in place, but honestly, I won't know if these are permanent until I get everything put back on. But this is generally the way you're going to want it routed. Of course, you want to keep as far away from the turbo as you can because a lot of heat gets generated from it. So keep that particular hose as far away as it'll let you. All right, guys, you need to pay attention at this point. That brand new radiator cap that they sent, it does not go on this particular tank. It actually goes on your radiator. Now, the one that's on your radiator right now, you pull it off and put it on this tank. Now, this will get installed on the radiator once I reinstall it. So now we get to deal with the idle air control hose setup. All right, remember when we cut that one section up here? Well, now we take this 1/2 inch to 3/8 adapter and attach it to the end of this hose. Then you take hose number 60, which is 8 inches long, 1/2 inch. Attach it to the other end of the barb. Now we take the 4-inch, 1/2 inch hose and go into this T. The 5-inch to this side of the T. And then bring that back in to the 8-inch. That's where you end up like this. And we're going to add zip ties in a little bit, but let's get everything in position before we lock it in. All right, give me a minute while I reinstall my air cutoff valve. All right, let's get this hose off our air injection valve because that one is going to head over. That I'm reusing one of the clamps. All right, guys, the next part is to install this 135-degree arm that's going to in turn go up to the airbox through another fitting. But guess what? Looks the part is not long enough. Now I went through all kind of gyrations trying to figure that out. I even started reassembling the rest of the machine and working backwards to this to make sure I was right. And there ended up being a gap about like that. The only thing I can come up with is whatever supplier the GYTR team was using, well, they made a mistake. So what did I have to do? Ordered another one, a little bit longer, and actually cut it to fit. And you can see that's what we actually needed. So hopefully yours does not have this too short version in your kit. So with the correct length, well, let's grab a clamp and get it installed so we can finish this thing up. All right, we're going to leave the clamp a little bit loose for a few more minutes in case we have to shift anything around. But that should be it. All right, next we're going to get in our air hose, and you want to position this to where this larger barb is going toward the right side of the vehicle, and then the smaller one is facing down. Now, I also want to take note, when you're putting on these clamps, you want to make sure that the clamps end up being perpendicular and not cocked one way or the other. Otherwise, it's not going to tighten down correctly and probably loosen up over time. Now, per the instructions, hose number 62 is supposed to go from here to this T. Well, I don't know about you, but that looks like a 90 degree to me. So we had this left over from, I think it was the air purge valve on top of the engine. So what I'm going to do is cut it down and have it go in like this. Then we're going to take 63, attach it, and there will be an oil catch tank over on that side sometime soon. But once we get these at least pushed onto the barbs, we're going to go back and then put zip ties on each one of those connections to hold them in place. All right, guys, I got to give credit where credit is due. Normally, when I see a little rack or a container of zip ties like this, I go, man, that's going to be some of those El Cheapos that aren't going to last any length of time. And I make sure I'm ready with some higher end stuff to go in place of it. But upon closer inspection, believe it or not, these are on par or better than the ones that I was going to use. These are actually from Thomas & Betts. So rest assured, they're not going to let go. So you're good to go with the stock ones. Don't use the cheap stuff though. Well done, GYTR. All right, guys, before we go any further, I want to pause and swap out the injectors because this is going to have a stage 3 tune, and I decided to go with 1000cc Bosch injectors. So let me get that done real quick, and then we'll continue. You can tell this one's been sitting for a while. I think we better clean up that fuel rail. Okay, let's go. All right, for this particular setup, you do not want to use the seals that came with these particular Bosch units. They're too big, so you'll need to reorder 3 of the OEM ones to go on the Bosch injectors. All right, let's get her back on the machine. Guess you can kind of guess why I didn't want to do this after everything else was installed now, right? Right, with these particular Bosch injectors, you do have to use an adapter. So if you order these on your own, make sure you get an adapter to handle that conversion. Things get awfully tight in here with all this stuff. Now let's go ahead and get our coils in, because really once I get that adapter plate and the airbox in, all this would be really difficult to get to. Now we need to install the 1/4-inch boost pressure hose to the barb on the wastegate actuator and secure that with zip ties. All right, next let's go ahead and get that last 3-inch silicone tube on this aluminum T-fitting, if you want to call it that. We'll go ahead and get our clamps in place and put in our airbox later. All right, this last one, we'll leave it pointed down to where I can get to it with an extension. All right, guys, let's get our hoses put together for this side of the radiator, which has not been mounted yet. But what you need to put together is 66, 69, 67, and then 68. And you want it to look about like this with this, I guess you call it a bleeding screw, pointed forward on the machine. So this is the way you want to set up. Then onto the water pump. I think we want to end up about right here. Now, one long zip tie about right here. So this takes care of the plumbing modifications for the turbo install. Now I just need to go back to the other side and reinstall the factory equipment for 2019. Next, let's deal with the air cleaner. Now in the instructions, they want you to mount this plate to the frame itself, and then this holder, and then the air cleaner itself. I've elected not to do it that way because there's not a lot of working room in there. So what we're going to do is go ahead and mount the holder and the air cleaner to the bracket, and then mount the bracket to the frame. So get yours to look like this. Leave these loose so you can still rotate the housing, and we'll go ahead and get it installed. So we will be attaching it with this bolt that was also going through the air cooler, and then this other bracket down here is where you're going to feed through that 6mm nut and bolt. So let's see if we can get all of this stuff to cooperate at the same time. That is going to be it, believe it or not. So go ahead and get the silicone hose onto the intake, or the air box rather. Put a little bit of brake cleaner on it, make it slide in there a bit easier. There we go. Now we've got something. Now we can feed this through the bracket, through the air cooler, and then through the frame. Now the front part of the bracket, we're using this 10mm head bolt and then this locking nut. I think we are going to reroute one thing. The hose that's going to end up going to the catch can, we're going to bring it on top of that bracket. I think I'm liking that better. I'm not liking how this is going to rub against that edge. I think we've got enough distance to move this on the other side. So let's reroute that around. It eventually would cut through it, in my opinion. Even if I am not doing it the way Yamaha wanted it, maybe I don't want it that way. Aren't you glad I'm going through this learning curve instead of you? Now you're glad you're watching this video, aren't you? We're going to roll with that till something else proves me wrong. But I like that a lot better than what we were looking at. Now we can tighten up this back bolt. Last, let's go back and tighten up our clamp on that silicone hose. Now we had these loose, but at this point we can go ahead and tighten them down. All right, let's go ahead and get our air filter crammed in there. Well, this engine used to have a lot of room to work on it. Not anymore. All right, let's go ahead and get our air oil separator in. You're basically reusing one of your hoses from the old one and then connecting in this new one. Now, what you're going to want to do is mount this to the bulkhead. Of course, mine isn't installed yet, but it's simple. Just a couple of bolts straight through, nuts on this side, right in that general location right there. Then you also want to, of course, reattach the drain line, which was connected to your old separator. It's going to be the same size down at the bottom. All right, guys, we basically finished the installation of the turbo. Now we need to go back and put in our fluids. So we've got to put radiator fluid for the cooling surge tank. Then once we reinstall the radiator, we have to refill the engine cooling system. Then we need to prime the turbo with oil and then get the oil system refilled as well. Now, if you need help doing this, you may need to reference your service manual. All right, let's start with the cooling surge tank. We want to go ahead and fill it with coolant. Now, for me, I can't turn on the ignition, so I'm just going to use a battery to cycle the pump as I'm going through this procedure. Now, what I'm going to do is verify the pump is running, and then I'm going to check to ensure the coolant is flowing. Now, what we need to do is locate the bleeder valve on top of the radiator in the front. And we want to open this up until we start seeing coolant flow out of the bleeder itself. Close the valve, check the surge tank, and fill it again. I mean, all we're doing right now is just getting air out of the system. But if coolant does not flow, we need to unbolt the pump from the bracket, position the pump at the lowest point of the cooling circuit,
and lightly shake the pump to free any trapped air. Now chances are you're not going to have to do this, but I just want to prepare you that you could have a really stubborn air pocket that we have to release at the pump itself. So whatever you do at this point, do not open that valve up on the radiator, because you'll just have to do all of this again. And after that, you just reinstall the pump, refill the surge tank up to the radiator cap, and you're going to need at least 5 quarts of Yamacool to pull this off. So make sure you've got that on hand. Well, all right, guys, that's going to wrap up this part of the procedure, although you can tell I've got a whole lot of work to do. Now, if you need any parts for your machine, why don't you head over to Partzilla.com and we can get you taken care of. Now, if you do have any questions or comments about this particular video, leave them in the section below and I'll do my best to answer them. So that's going to wrap this one up, and we will see you in the next video. Y'all have a great day.
From racing conditions to family traditions, every bolt, every ride, every story. It all starts with the right parts, because the best rides aren't just won, they're shared. Partzilla, the best for parts.
Hello, John Talley here with Partzilla.com. Today we're going to be looking at the top end on our 2006 Kawasaki KLX 110. When I went to pick this one up, well, first start, it was smoking heavily. Brought it home, and guess what? It's still got an issue, so this is not going away. So it's up to us to open up the top end, see what's going on, see if it's the rings, or it's the valves, or it's the valve seats, whatever it is, and then we're going to straighten it out. So if you're ready, we'll dive into this project. Okay, before we get started, let's take a look at the parts, but don't be overwhelmed by what you see on this table right now, because I have a couple of different options and I'm not sure which direction I'm going to go yet. At a bare minimum, we know we're going to need the associated gaskets and seals and dowels, but what I don't know is what kind of shape the existing cylinder and the head are in. Now, according to the 2006 diagrams, the piston is no longer available for that particular year, make, and model. However, I've looked at the specs comparing the 2006 to the 2018 piston, which this is, and they look identical. So I don't think there's a reason why I can't upgrade to the 2018 piston, cylinder, and maybe even in the head. But once we get in there, if we determine that won't work and the head is in usable condition, then we can always just put a new set of rings on it, hone the cylinder, lap in some new valves, replace the seals, and maybe even the valve guides, and that should straighten it out. Well, now that I've got enough parts to either go direction A or B, let's open up my toolbox and dive into this project. So let's start by draining the oil, and you'll just need a 17mm socket for that. It's really easy to find, and you can see a cutout in the bash plate that's on the bottom. Big 17mm bolt, kind of hard to miss. You'll also notice that this oil looks practically new, which it is, because the person I bought this from had just got it ready for sale. Let's go ahead and get it retorqued, because that's the last thing we want to happen, is for it to drop out because we forgot to torque it. We're going to take it to 21 foot-pounds. Next, let's go ahead and pull our skid plate, and there's just 2 12s at the back and then a couple of 8mm up front. Next, let's pull our shrouds, this side cover, and then we'll get the exhaust off. All right, let's grab these 2 12s up front. Now, one of them's pretty easy to get to. The other one we'll probably have to use a box end wrench on. Did that stud pull through? I think it did. Not supposed to come apart like that, but we can deal with it. All right, and a 5mm Allen on the back. Now the fun part.
I wonder how many tries it took the engineers to figure that out, to get it out of there. All right, let's go ahead and get the shroud out of the way, and then we can work our way to the air box and intake and the carb. So there's just an 8mm up front, one down here just on the frame itself, and then we'll loosen up the clamp, and then the air box can come off. All right, let's see if we can get her to crawl off of there. Nothing like almost 20-year-old rubber. I had a feeling I'd end up popping something. There we go. Next, let's get the carburetor off of there. We're going to turn off the fuel, go ahead and drain the bowl. Not absolutely necessary, but won't make quite as big mess. Now let's go ahead and pull our fuel line. Now let's get off our choke cable. Rotate it up, align it with the slot, and then push it through. Sometimes easier said than done. There we go. All right, now let's get off the throttle cable. Not really too concerned about damaging the cable because we're replacing it. Right now we can pull these two 8mm bolts going into the intake into the head, and then she'll drop right off. Now the other side. All right, let's see if she'll let go. There we go. Now next, let's go ahead and pull that front fender, because it's just going to get in the way. I mean, I could probably work it around it, but why fight it? It's 4 bolts. So let's get the shifter out of the way. Go ahead and remove our 2 covers. All right, let's get a drip pan under there. All right, let's go and unplug our stator wiring. Now, when you're doing these, make sure you're using a JIS standard Phillips tip, because if you don't, you run the risk of stripping this. Because the number 2 will go in there, but it doesn't quite grab it as well as the JIS. Interesting. Surprised that one doesn't have a copper washer on it. There's oil in that one. I will be checking that. Okay, it is trying to hold on mainly because of the magnets on the rotor. So it can be a little trick to get it to release. There we go. Your timing marks, top dead center mark is there, and it's got a little pointer right here, right at the front of the engine. And this doesn't have to be exact, but just get it in the ballpark. Right about there. Next, let's pull the cam access cover. All right, she was sitting right where she was supposed to. Next, let's go ahead and pull that oil line that's on the right side of the engine. Okay, there's 2 10mm and a Phillips. And make sure you don't lose your crush washers. All right. Before we take off the chain tensioner, let's see if we can break these loose by shocking them off. Get back up there. Like I said, it doesn't have to be exactly at top dead center. It's just good practice. Then we'll release the cam chain tensioner. Just 2 10mm bolts. Surprised it's not popping up. Guess it's just the gasket holding it in place at this point. There it goes. As you can tell, this is not a returnable one with the spring. It ratchets as it goes out, so we'll have to reset it when we go to install it. All right, now we can go ahead and remove our cam bolts, 5mm Allens. All right, next, take out the cam gear. There it goes. Slide our chain off. Now we can get to our 4 12 millimeter head bolts. And do these in a crisscross pattern. Now watch where your copper washer is on the top, because there's oil on the other side of that. And I believe that's the only one. Important when you go to put it back together, because if you put it in the wrong place, it's going to leak. Now we've got 2 more 10 millimeters right inside that access panel for the cam. See if they're released. Well, wrong thing. There we go. Yep. Now let's see if she'll pop loose. Just gently pry it right here. There we go. One slightly rich running / oil burning head. Looking a little wet. All right, let's go ahead and pop our cylinder out. Well, let's get this lower chain guide. That looks good. And off she comes. There we go. Now, before we pop the piston out of there, let's go ahead and put a couple of towels down in here, because we really don't want the circlips to find their way into the bottom end. Now granted, she's almost horizontal and it would be a long shot, but hey, Murphy's Law is real. When it flies off, and it probably will, you'll be left thinking, I can't find it on the floor anywhere. Did it go in the engine? You really going to put it back together without being absolutely sure? Voila. Looking at the piston, it has a fair amount of vertical marks on it, and that kind of indicates that this one may have let some dirt in past its air filter. The one that was on there was brand new, but who knows what they replaced. It may have broken down all the way and had been just pulling in raw, unfiltered air for X amount of time, and that's probably the reason it wore out this piston and the rings, and it was smoking on a regular basis. So I think that's our, no pun intended, smoking gun. All right, guys, so let's start comparing a 2006 versus a 2018. Now, the initial glance, just looking at the head and the casting and the cylinder and the casting and the differences in between the two, I really don't see any difference. I went and looked at the actual specifications on the valves, and they all look the same. The biggest difference in between the 6 and the 2018 head is really boils down to, well, the camshaft itself. On a 2006, you just had a regular driven gear on the end of the camshaft. On the 2018, it has a decompression device built into the camshaft itself. I mean, is that really necessary on a 110cc engine? I kind of think not. Now, as far as the cylinder goes, I can measure and see no difference in between the two. Now, the pistons. 2006, yeah, this was looking pretty scarred up, so I don't want to reuse it. It's a little bit taller just on the skirts, but I know it's the same diameter. The wrist pin is the same, and if you look at the height going across, it's identical. The only difference that I see is actually on the top of it, and you'll notice there is a carve out for the exhaust valve, but then on the 2018, there's a carve out on the intake side, even though the valves are the same in between the 6 and the 18. Now, why would they do this? It is possible that the profile on the camshaft may be a little bit different, maybe a little bit more aggressive on the exhaust side for the 2006 versus the 2018, where it's on the intake side. So maybe that's the case. But at any rate, I don't really see anything thus far that's going to keep me from using the 2018 cylinder, head, and piston on the 2006 lower end. Now, the decision I have to make is for the camshaft. I really can't get excited about putting on the decompression, OEM type camshaft on this. Oh, and one thing I forgot to mention, I missed it when we pulled it apart. This one already had a performance cam in it. Takagawa. But obviously somebody had already been into this one and done a little bit more upgrading than I thought that they had, other than just the handlebar setup from Pro Circuit. Well, now you know which direction I want to go. I'm going to go ahead and go with the 2018, and I'll make up my mind on the camshaft when I get there. So let's get these parts cleaned up and start putting it together. All right, when they manufacture and ship these out, they put a coating in there, and you want to get that cleaned out. Because trust me, it may look like it's clean, but it's not. One warning, those towels have a fair amount of debris that they can leave behind. I usually start with one of those and then use one of these lint-free ones to finish it up. Next, let's do the same thing for the head. I told y'all that I pulled the specs on the valves and it showed them to be identical, but when you go to the parts diagrams, it shows the valves for the 2006 is unavailable. So I want to pull at least one of them out of here and look at it and measure it myself. I'm just curious. What, if any, difference is there in between the 2018 and a 2006? Well, let's go find out. Plus, this retaining plate is a little bit different on a 2018, supposedly, because I think it uses different screws, but it's not available, so we're going to be using a 2006. And just compressing the spring down, pulling a couple of keepers. All right, guys, our old one is 7132. New one is 7139, 71.4. So maybe a 0.1 millimeters longer, but very close. My opinion, I think that's just a little bit of wear getting shown on top of that that valve stem. So I'm a hard sell as to why these wouldn't be able to be exchanged. Let's take our new one and just pop it in to the old head. Looks right to me. Not a big deal as we're using it in a 2018 head like it's supposed to, along with a 2018 piston. Now, if it is a little bit longer, which I don't think, then it would have that relief cutout right here on the intake side. While I've got it out, let's look at the different camshafts. Now, this is the one that came out of it, the Takagawa unit, which I was not expecting. And this one is out of a 2018. Remember I'd mentioned about the decompression circuit that this one has on it? That's right there. And what that does is activate a little cam on the inside that pushes on the back side of that cam lobe. And what that does, keeps that valve open. It decompresses the engine, makes it easier to spin over. Once again, I don't think I care about that because I don't have an electric starter anyway on this unit. So that one I don't want to use. Now, another one I have in-house is from TB Parts. It's a performance cam. And if you look at the profiles on the two, you can see it's got a little bit more lift, but not quite as much duration as the stock one. You compare it to the Takagawa, they're actually really similar. Meaning, granted, I'm just eyeballing this, but are they the exact same profile? Doubtful, but they're pretty close. I do want to go with the BBR one when it arrives. They were back ordered at the moment. See, even I have to wait on parts occasionally, so it's not the end of the world. But for assembly purposes, I think we're going to go back with the Takagawa one for the time being, and then we'll swap it out when the BBR one shows up. All right, next we can stay here and do our prep work, and that's going to be checking the ring gap. We'll start with the top one first. And we're looking anywhere from 0.1 to 0.2 millimeters. We'll start off on the low end, make sure we're okay. Let's see what we got. A little too much clearance? Okay. Not enough clearance? Not okay. Because what would happen, everything would start to expand, the ring points would come together, start pushing on each other's end, and then start scoring the cylinder. And that's what we don't want. Yeah, goes through there no problem. As I expected it would, but hey, it doesn't hurt to check. Now let's look at ring number 2. Now this one's going to have a larger gap. They want in between 0.3 and 0.4, so let's get out the 0.3, make sure we're going to clear there. Yep, not an issue. So we're good to go. Next, let's bring over our valves, go ahead and get those lapped in. And if you didn't know, they make different grit lapping compounds. I happen to have a range from 220 up to 600. For a new build like this, the 600 will do fine. For one that needs a little bit more help, the 320. If it's severely pitted, you can drop it down to the 220. Let's do intake first. Just a light layer all the way around the surface. People ask me, well, how do you know when you've lapped them in far enough? You know the lapping compound has done its work. In the beginning, it'll sound kind of sandy, and then that'll clear up, and then it'll just kind of go away as far as that scraping sound. I'm putting just a little bit of pressure on the face of the valve. Not a lot, just lightly resting my finger against it. All right, see, it's starting to quiet down a little bit. That should do it, guys. Now when you're done, make sure you clean off all of this because we don't want it flying around inside the engine. All right, that looks good. See that little gray line right around my thumbnail? That's what we just did to it. So she's lapped in. So that should seal up. Now let's do the same thing for the exhaust side. See if we can grab a hold of the end of it. It doesn't take a lot of pressure. We just need something we can grab onto and twist it. It's a really small fuel line. These edges are like little razor blades, so be careful in here. Now, is this really absolutely necessary? No, but it's going to make it run just a little bit better. That's what we were looking for. You can see it a little bit better on this one. All right there. Good to go. All right, guys, let's get the valves installed. We'll start with the intake first. The valve seals. Trick is to get them in there and just press them down. Just make sure you're lined up. Push it into, you hear that satisfying little pop sound. Then you know you're bottomed out. Next, let's get the seat in. Now, let's get a little assembly lube. Put it on our stem. Bring it in. Now, the spring, what the trick is with these, you want the paint to be facing out. This goes to the base. And now our retainer. That should do it. All right, guys, this is a little tricky. The best way to do it is to put a little bit of grease on the inside of the keeper. The first one you can guide in with a magnet. Then use just a pick tool to get it to set in place. The second one, I usually use a little bit extra grease and a pick tool only. Otherwise, the magnet, it'll try to pick up both of the keepers. Real tedious. Just make small movements and eventually they'll lay into place. Then you can relieve the pressure on the valve spring slowly, and then they should go into place. Now before you go into the next one, we just want to get a soft mallet, if you will, and just pop it a couple of times to get those keepers to seat in. Don't have to hit it hard, just enough to shake it down. That one looks good to go. Let's go on to the next. Same procedures as the first one. Paint up. Now they make different size heads for this valve compression tool. This one is a little bit on the large side, but I'd rather have that than have to work in any smaller space because it's pretty tight as it is. There she is. All right, let's keep going. We are going to reuse the existing camshaft, which is that Tekagawa one, temporarily. Like I said, we'll swap it out when the BBR one shows up. So it's already oiled up, but if you're putting in a new one, you need to make very sure you pre-oil these bearings. One more time, make sure you clean up everything before it gets installed. I can't feel anywhere, but I could definitely see somewhere. These things are not that expensive, so why not? I'm just putting the adjusters, the lock nuts, and I've got them all the way up in the most retracted position. And then we'll worry about setting the clearance later. All right, a little bit of assembly lube. That should do it. All right, I'm just holding the pivot pin in one place just above. And we're going to get the rocker arm in there. Now we may need to rotate the camshaft where it's got the lobe going toward the piston, which is away from this. Lobe's facing down. Kind of got to work it in at an angle and then rotate it right about there. Now we can bring in our pin. There it is. One down, one to go. There we go. Now, we are going to reuse our plate. Your pins need to be in there vertical. Get them vertical like that. Then we can bring our plate in. Now we're going to add a little bit of Loctite to each one of these bolts, if you want to call them that, screws. And yes, this is the 2006 setup, whereas the 2018 has a little bit different plate and a little bit different screws. And I think the reason they did that is the setup is a little bit thicker. There's not as much clearance right here, so they had to use bevel-edged screws instead of these regular just Phillips head. Okay, now the head is ready to go. We've already cleaned the cylinder. Let's put just a light layer of oil on the cylinder walls. All right, guys, there's two schools of thought of what's coming up next. We need to get the piston installed. Some people, they'll go ahead and put the piston together and then mount it to the connecting rod, and then they bring the cylinder over and bring it in. Others, they take the piston, they put it into the bottom of the block, lower it down on the studs, and then put the connecting rod through the piston. Which way is better? I'm not really sure. I can try either way. My preferred way is usually put the piston on the connecting rod and then bring the cylinder down. But just to do something different, let's put the piston inside the cylinder, then mount it on the machine. Now before we even get started, let's go ahead and get one side of our piston pin circlip installed. Teeny tiny little thing here. Next, let's go ahead and get our rings put together. For the old expander ring, we want that pointing toward the exhaust side, so that's the EX. Our top ring, same direction. Our second ring, we want that facing 180 degrees out, and our two oil retention rings, we want off at about a 45-degree angle. It doesn't matter top or bottom, but about right here and about right here. Pretty simple. All right, that's one. Now ring number two, remember, it's going to be 180 degrees the other direction.
Make sure this little mark is facing up. I believe that says in. But before we do that, let's put just one little thin layer of oil directly on the ring. Bring it out evenly. Drop her in. Same thing for the top ring. It'll have a mark on it as well. Looks like an O. All right. Now you don't need to slobber it with oil, but just get some mainly on the skirts. We already have oil in our cylinder, so we're good to go. So we're going to want to go in like this. Now you've got a chamfered edge here, and that should walk the rings down into position. We'll help it a little bit. There we go. Yeah, I can see how this would be pretty difficult to do with it on the machine. There we go. All right. So before we can get this installed, we need to make sure we remove all the old gasket material. Now I've got a new scraper from Motion Pro that's going to be perfect for this particular job. Gets in these tight places really well, and it has not one but two blades, a brass one, which I'm going to use for this, and a steel one. Before we go any further, let's go ahead and install our dowels. I prefer to put them in the actual cylinder itself instead of the block, because they actually go further in on the cylinder versus how much they actually protrude into the block itself. All right, now let's get our base gasket ready, then we can bring it on over. So, we ready? Let's see if we can get this thing wiggled on there. Now we just need to guide the wrist pin in. With it bottomed out, we can go ahead and get on our other circlip. And here's where I want to caution you. The bottom of the engine is still opened up. So let's grab one more towel and just drape it around in there, just in case it decides to fly that direction. Now let's see if we can get that other circlip in. And don't bump your cylinder, because it will be very easy to knock the piston out of where it's sitting at the moment. There she goes. Piece of cake. Now let's go and bring our chain up. All right, piston, come on in. There we go. Now, bingo. Now let's get our other chain guide in, the fixed one. A couple of more dowels. New head gasket. So we're ready to bring the head over now. There we go. All right, does anybody remember where the copper gasket goes? Bottom right is the answer. Let's get everybody to seat down, and then we'll torque it. All right, the first time we're going to take them down just to 13 Newton meters, going 1, 2, 3, 4. Second time around, we'll take them to 22 Newton meters. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Next, let's make sure we're at top dead center. That should be right there. Now let's go ahead and get our cam gear on there. All right, there's our alignment tooth right here. And you're looking for the T right here. You're not going for the F, you're going for the T. And that little protrusion right there. Same thing here. There's a white mark, T, and a little pointer right here. So that should be it. A little bit of Loctite on each one of its bolts. Listen guys, I actually skipped over a little step. The two head bolts back here, they should have been included with that initial torque going around. But hey, they're already in place, but we're going to do them in two
segments. We're going to take it to 6 Newton meters and then 12 Newton meters. Now I do want to put a little bit of Loctite on these as well. Okay guys, sorry about that. Now, before we tighten down the camshaft bolts, let's go ahead and get our tensioner in place. We are using a new tensioner. As you can tell, it has been, well, cocked, so to speak, and there's a little small tool holding it in place. Now, if you're reusing yours, you need to remove that end nut, wind it back up, hold it still as you insert it, get it bolted down, and then release it. All right, make sure your O-ring's in place, and we want this little open area to be facing down toward the bottom of the engine, and also your arrow should be on the top side. Once again, a little bit of Loctite on these 2 bolts, and we're going to torque them to 6 Newton meters. I don't see the way to get a torque wrench in there, so we're going to use this box end adapter to reach in and grab it. Neat little Motion Pro tool that I use quite often. Now, the real trick is you just want to make sure you use it at 90 degrees. And it doesn't matter where it ends up on the wrench, just 90 degrees. And if you want to purchase one, we're going to have a link in the description below. Don't take it off yet, because actually that top bolt is the same amount of torque and we'll run into the same thing. Now we can go and remove our holder. Now tensioner's got tension on the chain. Now remember, you do have an O-ring in here. Then this cover bolt. There we go. Now with the chain tensioner in place, we can go back and torque down our cam bolts, and they're going to go to 12 Newton meters. Now, while we're at it and everything's still opened up, let's go ahead and set our valve clearance. So what we're looking for on the intake is 0.06 and 0.1 on the exhaust. All right, let's go ahead and bring it all the way in, back it off a little bit. This makes it so much easier. So we're just going to bring that in. Want a little bit of stiction without crimping on it too much. So I'm thinking about right there. Hold that part still. Tighten it down. How easy is that? Now let's go for 0.1 on the exhaust. Same game. Bottom it out. Back it off of here. Bring it in. Yeah, try and do that with a regular box end wrench and a pair of needle nose pliers. Love these things. There it is. All right, now let's get our oil line back in place. You kind of have to do the top and bottom banjo bolts pretty much at the same time. And there's one Phillips head bolt that goes right there. Top, our bottom, and then our Phillips. Next, we're going to go ahead and get our covers in place for the valve adjustment and then access to the camshaft itself. Now all these bolts, Kawasaki calls out 5.2 Newton meters. I think you can safely take it to 6 Newton meters. So honestly, I think that's as low as my torque wrench goes. That's what we're going to go with. Now these covers, they don't have gaskets, they just use an O-ring, and I would definitely recommend that you order new ones if yours have been on there a good while. Otherwise, they're probably going to leak. Now all we need to do is just get this left engine cover back on. And of course, I need to remove the old gasket material. All right, guys, you're probably not going to need to do this, but I am replacing the stator cover just because I want it to look almost brand new. So I've got everything switched over to my new cover. Just make sure that you also get a new gasket. So let's get it installed. Now we just need to plug the stator / trigger in. There we go. Well, all right, guys, that's going to wrap this video up. Well, listen, if you want to see me continue on this, why don't you go ahead and hit that subscribe button and that notification bell. That way you'll be notified when I drop the next video on this project. Well, listen, if you need any parts for your machine, why don't you come see us at Partzilla.com and we can get you taken care of. If you have any questions or comments about this video, leave them in the section below and I'll do my best to answer them. Hey, we just want to say thank you for shopping here with us at Partzilla, and we will see you in the next video. Y'all have a great day.